let us also go in humble remembrance of three of our co-founders of Maharashtra Education Society, Adya Krantivir Shri Vasudev Balwanta Fadke, Shri Vaman Prabhakar Bhave, and Shri Narhar Indapurkar. I welcome all the dignitaries on the days and request them to get settled. I also request the audience to get settled as early as we can. A very good morning to everybody. Even before we begin any auspicious function, we need to seek the blessings of God. So let us seek the divine blessings of Ma Saraswati at the outset, and for that, may I invite our talented student, Indira Tendolkar, to recite the Saraswati Vandana for us. Indira?
Recording in progress.
कुन्देनु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वतीं भगवतीं निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you, Indira, for that calming and mellifluous recital. George Bernard Shaw, in the foreword to his play Man and Superman, had said, "The reasonable man adopts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adopt the world to himself. And therefore, all progress depends upon that unreasonable man." I also remember an old saying that says, when winds of change blow, some people build walls and others build windmills. Evidently, needless to say, our world needs windmill builders more desperately than the one building walls around themselves. They may seem unreasonable at the outset, but time proves them to be the visionary leaders. Leaders who can think out of the box, bring innovation in the organization, and thus bring about progress at large. Good morning, all the dignitaries on the days and the participants of this conference. I'm delighted to extend you all a warm welcome to our sincere attempt at understanding the nuances of innovation through our international conference on nurturing innovations in an organization. We hope that through the ensuing discussions and brainstormings among research scholars, subject experts, and industry people, some pathways could be found out, some methods could be learned for making the best and out-of-the-box innovations that would strengthen our respective organizations and benefit the world at large. On behalf of MES Garware College of Commerce, I, Archana Joshi, would be hosting the inaugural session today. At the outset, may I call upon the convener of this conference, Dr. Tanuja Devi, to elaborate upon the rationale behind organizing this conference. Dr. Devi.
Thank you, Madam. Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed academicians, industry experts, a very pleasant morning to one and all. I am Tanuja Devi, the conference convener, and it is my privilege to welcome you all to 2 days international conference on nurturing innovation in an organization. The chosen theme of this conference is not just timely, but crucial in today's dynamic world. Innovation undoubtedly holds a key to success, providing competitive edge and ensuring sustainability. In fact, it is no longer a merely desirable, but it has become essential for survival in the rapid evolving world. In next 2 days, this conference aims to explore various dimensions of innovation. We will delve into creating an innovative ecosystem, strategies for innovation, transforming traditional ventures into innovative ones, drawing lessons from the failures and embracing the diversity and inclusion, effective leadership, and many more. I'm delighted to share that we have eminent experts from industry, senior practitioners from India and abroad. We will be delivering insightful sessions throughout the event. We are honored to have our partners, namely Maharashtra Economic Development Council, MEDC, Center for Industry 4.0, that is C4I4, Entrepreneurship Development Institution of India, EDII, BHAU Institute of Innovation and Entrepreneurship and Leadership, BHAU Institute as, and Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Their support has been invaluable and we are truly motivated to have them on as our today's knowledge partners. Additionally, I would like to express our appreciation towards IDFC First Bank to support this event. We have received more than 110 research papers from various faculty members, industry experts, and our own faculty also contributed with the papers more than 50. Of course, all these papers after scrutiny and required skills, that papers will be published in UGC Care Journal. But this particular expressions shows that enthusiasm and commitment towards the theme of the conference. As a part of conference, we have also organized innovative startup stalls. I request each one of you to visit the stalls and encourage our students who are showcasing their innovative ideas. Let us collectively immerse ourselves in the sea of knowledge and foster a culture of innovation. On this note, I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devi. May I now request Honorable Principal of MES Garware College of Commerce, Dr. Kishore Desai sir, to give his opening remarks upon the conference. Dr. Desai.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning and warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, delegates, and participants. It is my honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the International Conference of Nurturing Innovation in an Organization, hosted by Garware College of Commerce Autonomous, IMCC, and MES Senior College here in the vibrant city of Pune. As a principal of this esteemed institute, it fills me with the immense pride to see such a diverse and distinguished gathering of individuals who share a common passion for fostering innovation in organizations. Innovation is not merely a buzzword, it is a cornerstone of progress and driving force behind the sustainable growth in today's ever-evolving business landscape. At Garware College of Commerce Autonomous, we have always committed to nurturing a culture of innovation among our students, faculty, and staff. We believe that innovation is not confined to the laboratory and boardrooms. It permeates every aspect of the organizational life, from product development to customer service, from marketing strategy to supply chain management. This conference provides us with a unique opportunity to engage in meaningful discussion, share the best practices, and explore the innovative solutions to the challenges facing organizations in the 21st century. Over the next 2 days, we will have a privilege of learning from leading experts in the field, exchanging the ideas with the peers from around the world, and gaining a valuable insights that will inspire us to drive innovation forward in our respective organizations. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our partners and sponsors for their gracious supports in making this conference possible. I would also like to thank the organizing committee for their hard work and dedication in putting together an engaging and insightful program. As we begin on this exciting journey of exploration and discovery, I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate, to ask the question and to challenge the assumptions, and to contribute your unique perspective to the conversation. Together, let us harness the power of innovation to create a better future for organization, community, and society as a whole. Once again, welcome to the Garware College of Commerce Autonomous, and thank you for joining us for this important conference. I wish you all a productive and enriching experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Desita. Before I go ahead, this is a humble request to everybody among the audience to put their phones on silent mode. Thank you so much. It's my privilege to introduce you now to all the dignitaries on the dais, and let me start with the authorities from our parent body, Maharashtra Education Society. At the center of the stage is the president of our parent body, Maharashtra Education Society, retired Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale sir, a recipient of the presidential awards, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, and the Vayu Sena Medal. Gokhale sir is a graduate of the Defence Services Staff College and is an MSc and MPhil from Madras University. He is also an alumnus of the Air War College USA and a fellow of Aeronautical Society of India. Commissioned into the Indian Air Force in June 1968 in the fighter stream, he has flown over 3,500 hours on a variety of combat and trainer aircraft. He has seen active operations during the 1971 Indo-Pak hostilities, and as Assistant Chief of the Air Staff for Operations, Air Marshal Gokhale has played an important role in planning and execution of numerous air operations, including the Siachen operations, the Kargil operations, the Operation Parakram, and many more. Having done his schooling from MES Bal Shikshan Mandir and later from MES Sau Vimlabai Garware School, it is a matter of pride for us that this MES alumnus is the president of MES today. As we continue with our introductions, let me now introduce you to Shri Babasaheb Shinde, Chairman of Governing Body of Maharashtra Education Society, a journalist by profession in yesteryears. He is a social entrepreneur who has played a key role in the upliftment of the village Pingori. He has been associated with our parent body as a member of the governing body since 2018. Welcome, sir. Representing our parent body, we also have Shri Vijay Bhalerao, Chairman CDC MES IMCC on the dais. We also have Shri Devdatta Bishikar sir, Chairman CDC MES GCC, who has joined us online. And we also have CA Rahul Mirasdar sir, member of CDC MES Garware College of Commerce on the dais. Let me now introduce you to all the honorable guests for today. Foremost must be Honorable Dr. Ravindra Utgikar, Vice President, Praj Industries. We are really lucky to have him here with us to deliver the keynote address of today's conference in the next session, and I'll try to do justice to his impressive profile in that session. Right now, may I request Air Marshal Gokhale sir to felicitate and welcome Utgikar sir. I request the volunteers to bring. Thank you so much. Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale felicitated and welcoming Dr. Utgikar sir. Thank you so much. I'm happy to introduce you to another of our knowledge partner, Maharashtra Economic Development Council, the MECD. We have with us Ms. SMT Sheetal Panchal, Director General of MEDC. She has a rich and diverse background spanning over 15 years of valuable experience in academia, incubation centers, events, and startup ecosystem. She has played an important role in supporting socio-economic development initiatives in Maharashtra, actively contributing to government efforts. She has been recognized as the Rex Karmavir Global Education Change Champions Fellow by the United Nations. May I request Gokhale sir to felicitate and welcome Srimati Panchal. Thank you so much. I would like to tell audience that we are gifting the book Dhyasapanthe Salata, which is about the history of Maharashtra Education Society, and we are proud that it is written by one of the faculties of MES Garware College of Commerce, Dr. Ketki Model. Moving on, another of our invaluable knowledge partner has been the BHAU Institute, and we have here Dr. Mandar Joshi, the CEO of BHAU Institute with us. An MBA from Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Mandar sir is also a Stanford certified mentor and educator for entrepreneurs. He has completed certificate course on startup to IPO from Northeastern University, Silicon Valley, USA. With around 28 years of cross-functional experience in international marketing, business development, operations, education, facilitating and fostering entrepreneurship globally through his commendable work at TIE Pune, AIC Pinnacle, Social Innovations Labs, etc. Currently, Mr. Joshi is the CEO at BHAU, COEP's BHAU Institute of Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Leadership. May I request Shri Babasaheb Shinde sir to welcome and felicitate Mr. Mandar Joshi. We are proud to have another representative from COEP Technological University here with us, Honorable Professor Dr. S.G. Agashe. With 7 years of industrial experience, Dr. Agashe has been teaching for past 23 years by now. Currently a professor at the Department of Instrumentation and Control at COEP. He is also the principal investigator of Virtual Labs project and MHRD New Delhi project. A member of several professional bodies like IEEE, Instrument Society of India, etc., Dr. Agashe has been actively instrumental to the implementation of Industry 4.0 in many industries, developing industry-supported labs at COEP, development of smart energy meter, and also facilitated remotely operated labs for students from institutions without adequate lab facilities. May I request Shri Vijay Bhalerao sir to felicitate and welcome Dr. Agashe. Thank you so much, sir. Last but not the least, one of our invaluable partners has been C4I4 Lab. And to represent C4I4, we have the director of C4I4 Labs, Mr. Pradip Kopardekar sir here. Pradip sir comes with wide experience across finance, accounting, internal audit, risk management, and information technology. In a career spanning over 35 years, he has worked in reputed organizations like Mahindra & Mahindra, Kirloskar, Mercedes-Benz, KPIT Cummins, Bajaj Auto, Crompton Greaves, etc. And he also shares a very special cordial relationship with Garware College of Commerce. May I request CA Rahul Mirasdar sir to felicitate and welcome Mr. Kopardekar. Thank you so much. May I request all the dignitaries to be seated. We are really delighted to have inaugurated this conference right now, but we would also like to hear from our knowledge partners what is their vision about this association, because I believe that it will go far beyond this conference. May I request, first of all, Srimati Sheetal Panchal, the Director General of MECD, to elaborate upon her thoughts and vision here.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, our guest on the dais, Mr. A.M. Bhushan Gokhale, retired President MES, Mr. Devdatta Bhaishkar, Shri Vijay Bhalerao, Babasaheb Shinde, Dr. Mandar Joshi, Pradip Kopardekar, and Mr. S.D. Agashe, and Dr. Ravindra Utgikar, and I also welcome Principal Sir, and also welcome you all. It's a great opportunity for me to be here, and I am representing Maharashtra Economic Development Council. I am Director General of this organization. This organization is formed in 1957 by Dr. Dhananjay Gadgil. He was the chairman for the Planning Commission of Government of India, and from that legacy we had presidents from Adi Godrej to Mahindra, and recently our president Mr. Atul Shirodkar, he couldn't make it here, so just would like to welcome you all and a very good morning. So as I said, so MEDC is basically a think tank for the Maharashtra government, and we do policy intervention and recommendation for the Maharashtra government based on different sectors. We have a wide sectors, around 20 to 21 sectors, and we are spread across Maharashtra, and we have a 6 regional director, major regional director in Maharashtra, and starting from agriculture, renewable energy, green hydrogen, education, skill development and training, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So on around 20 21 sectors, we are working, heading state committee chairman and regional members in our MEDC. And so we are a development catalyst and investment facilitator for the state. And we also undertake in-depth studies, surveys, reports, memoranda, and informative circulars. This our aim is to contribute valuable insight for policies to the government, state government. Recently, we had done Konkan Vikas Manthan, where around 14 sectors we have do research studies for that and presented to the Deputy Chief Minister, our Honorable Devendra Fadnavis ji, and so on. In Pune, basically from Pune and Mumbai, currently we are doing work on passengers mobility research work, how to reduce the congestion on roads. So this type of work we always do for the betterment of the society, and we try our best. So, in the dynamic landscape of today, innovation is paramount. As Peter Drucker aptly stated, the best way to predict the future is to create it. The theme of the conference has a significance of innovation in overcoming challenges and adapting to a changing world. Reflecting on India's future in 2047, the century year of independence, one transformative changes. The adoption of innovation and usage of advanced tools like ChatGPT and AI models and nurturing creativity are very crucial. India's progress lies in embracing change and challenging discussions toward tangible solutions. Maharashtra is India's second largest and most industrialized state, has become hub for startups and showcasing a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. Collaborative efforts such as Maharashtra's participation in Japanese government's knowledge co-creation program highlight the state's commitment to fostering innovation. And today I just heard from the convener, Ms. Tanuja, that we got a 110 paper presentation, and it is really fortunate for me. I am one of the judge for one paper presentation session, and it's really like fortunate that I am going to listen very good presentation, and we give you a surety that Maharashtra Economic Development on our website also we have research portfolio. So the best, the winner of the research paper we will publish on our website. And so it's really honor to be here. And in conclusion, I congratulate MES GCC for organizing this conference. And MEDC is proud to contribute as a knowledge partner. Once again, I would like to extend best wishes for organizing this conference, catering to wide audience. I hope that more such events will be organized in future. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your encouraging words. Before I move on, I must seek pardon from the people on the dais as well as the audience. I slipped and forgot to introduce one of our honorable guests, hosts, Honorable Principal MES Senior College Dr. Ravindra Vijay sir. I'm so sorry, it just slipped. He also happens to be on the Board of Studies as Board of Studies member at SPPU. I am again really sorry for having slipped that. Moving on, Mandar sir, life seems to have come a full circle for the Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Startup Cell of MES Garware College of Commerce, whose building blocks were laid under your guidance while you were at NEN. We would like to hear from you. How do you envision our partnership with BHAU hereafter? Could you please?
Very good morning to the eminent leaders of the dais, and very good morning to all you future entrepreneurs. I can see a lot of vibrancy in this room. Good morning. So as you heard a brief introduction of me from ma'am, thank you very much for that. And I'm the CEO of BHAU Institute, and everybody is curious about what exactly BHAU means, and most of them ask me what is the full form or what exactly it indicates. It's basically BHAU, our Marathi word, brother, elder brother, who is supporting and fostering entrepreneurship among the young innovative minds like you. So that's been our role for almost 6-7 years. And our elder brother is COEP Technological University, and we are the elder brothers to the startups or the innovators across the globe and fostering entrepreneurship. So we started way back in 2017 with the support of our host institute COEP as an incubation center, BHAU Institute of Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Leadership, under the guidance of Shri who is the co-founder, Mr. Sanjay Inamdar, and Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, who have been supporting this cause of fostering entrepreneurship and having a hub on the campus of COEP as an incubation center. And then we have another supporter, which is Department of Science and Technology, who is also one of our supporting partners, who has recognized us as a TBI. TBI stands for Technology Business Incubator. And that incubation is itself in a word which actually helps and foster young minds like you to innovate, bring about ideas to take it forward to become a future entrepreneur or immediate entrepreneur. So that's been our role since 2017, and we are very much glad to partner with institutions like yours, where we have so many young minds who can be the future of the world or the nation to contribute to this economy. And that's where we believe in job creation and not, we don't want to have many job seekers, because our world is demanding that, and it's going to help our economy. So the more job creators, the more beneficial it is for the economy as well. So that's where our role has been, and we nurture ideas to prototype to growth stage startups at our incubation center. And this is where our partner Department of Science and Technology comes in place, which actually provides grants to the ideas from ideation to prototype to a growth stage. And the grant starts from about 3.5 lakhs per annum to 10 lakhs to the next stage of 30 lakhs to 50 lakhs as the startup progresses from point A to point B. And in this process, at our incubation center, which is about 26,000 square feet in the heart of the city in Shivaji Nagar, based out of COEP, we actually help them to take the idea by mentoring, by connecting them to the industry expert. We also join hands with institutes like you to build entrepreneurship on the campus as far as ideation is concerned, or building awareness through experiential learning. And as ma'am said, I've been fortunate and associated to be associated with Garware College, MES Garware College since 2008-9, where I established an e-cell on the campus to foster entrepreneurship and start the burn the flame of entrepreneurship on the campus. And since then, I'm associated. I'm really glad today to stand here and partner with you to host and be a part of this wonderful international conference that has been organized. And look forward to see you throughout the 2 days. We will also see quite a few innovators out there where there is a showcase. There are about 7-8 BHAU incubatees who will be actually showcasing their products. Definitely in the day's time you'll be visiting there, and there are a few from MES Garware College also. So I'll be a part of this 2-day journey with you, and look forward to collaborate, and thank you very much for giving this opportunity to partner for this wonderful conference from today onwards. Have a nice day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mandar sir. Incredible, impressive work of BHAU. We really look forward to having bright future in your association. Moving on, we also have Professor Dr. Agashi with us, a stalwart in his field, and we would really like to learn more about innovation and his visions about the future. Dr. Agashi.
Thank you so much and good morning. Dignitaries on the dais, participants. Whenever we talk about innovation, innovation starts with discipline. I'm particularly very happy we started at 10 means 10. That's a good thing. That's a really good thing. That's number one. Number two, whenever somebody talks about innovation, it is always about the environment which you need to create in the organization so that people feel free to experiment. Because innovation is all about experimentation, and whenever there is an experimentation, failure is mandatory. We have to respect failure instead of congratulating the success, because all the time what we have seen is unicorns are felicitated, but before we felicitate one unicorn, maybe thousands have already failed. Now that's the learning actually which we need to understand, and that's what I personally feel that we need to talk about it. The third thing which is very, very important, and because I am an academician, I feel a lot of innovation is required in education system of this country. Unless and until we produce good engineers, CAs and all other professionals, country is not going to lead the world. We cannot become leaders. That's what is important. So what is the innovation in education? The first and foremost innovation in education is teachers must change. I'm a teacher, and I know for sure that we have to change, because we are under wrong impression as teachers that enough we have learned, there is nothing which has left for me to learn. Now that's the first lesson which we all have to talk about. Another thing which I always keep on talking about it is, once you become successful after innovation, you have to remain away from three things. One is the arrogance which we get. Arrogance of technology, because I can do anything, I can develop any technology. That's the first arrogance. The second arrogance, which comes immediately after technological arrogance, is the financial arrogance. I can manage everything. And the last is creativity or creation arrogance. Now these are the three arrogances where we have to be, or we have to stay away from that. And that's what we need to do. Let us not stop here saying that we are innovating something. We are remaining grounded firmly. Then and only then this country has got a future. Because we all have maintained the timing, I also want to maintain the timing. Though I am a teacher, I don't want to conduct it for 60 minutes. Thank you so much.
What words of wisdom from you, sir. Indeed, every of the word he said is worth following in our life. Thank you so much for that. Let's move on to another of our long-standing associate, Mr. Kopardekar, sir. For several years by now, he has been a valuable mentor of our entrepreneurship, innovation and startup cell as well. And we are really proud and happy that He is again associating with us as the Director C4I for Labs. We would like to hear from you, sir, about your words for us.
Respectable people on the dais, and good morning to everybody. We are all strictly following the time, so I don't know to take more time. But as an industry partner, let me tell you about my industry. I'm proud to say that I'm an alumni of MES. I studied in West School, High School, MES Garware. And today, really, I'm feeling very proud that I'm getting this honor to come here and participate in the event. Let me tell you about my Industry 4.0. As you may be aware that our government is promoting the technology industry, and we want to be, one of the among the big three economies in the world. So the little history behind is like this: when our honorable Prime Minister got elected in 2014, he was in Germany, and that time there was an investor meet. So many German industrialists came and they showed the interest. But our Prime Minister said, "Okay, we welcome the investment and the industry, but basically we are more interested in the technology." So this Industry 4.0, which was very popular in Germany, so Government of India took an initiative, and they started in a different government organization. As far as Pune is concerned, we were invited to participate there. So Ministry of Heavy Industries, they have given a grant. We have set up the experience center in collaboration with Pune University. We also started iFactory there. So I request all of you to please visit our website, and you are all are most welcome to visit the experience center. And now I'm proud to say, in a record time, the technology what we use and set up the iFactory, Government of India has has invited us to set up the 10 similar iFactories in different parts of the India. 3 iFactories are already ready. One is in Trichy, another is in Jamshedpur, and third one is in Ludhiana. So those will get inaugurated in this month, and another 7 we are doing that. And there is a tremendous, people are interested in this technology. So we are setting up iFactory at different places. So once again, I thank you for the organizers, and I wish you all the best to my young friends to make best use of this event, and visit all the stall, have an interaction with the industry expert, and wishing you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again, all our knowledge partners, for the promising, encouraging words. We aspire to walk on the path that you have all been enkindling for us. Our hesitant baby steps are sure to get firm and strong in coming times with your hand-holding support. Before we move on, we also have the President of Praj Industries, who has arrived in among the audience, Mr. Atul Mule. May I request Principal Dr. Ravindra sir to felicitate him. Could I request Atul Mule sir to please come on the dais? Atul Mule sir, President Praj Industries, one of our knowledge partners. I request Ravindra sir to felicitate and welcome him too. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale sir to deliver the presidential address of this inaugural session.
Come so soon. Thank you. Please give a hand to both the ladies who have been architects for this. She's put this whole program together, and I think it's a Herculean task.
So she certainly deserves the applaud that all of you give. All the dignitaries of the dais, I'm not going to take more time because I'm sure I'll be leading into the next session. You know, I did an inquiry in the Air India Express accident. That was in 2010, where aircraft went into, it overshot the runway and went into a kind of a cliff, and 158 people died. And when we did the inquiry, for the first time we found that this particular captain was snoring. He was sleeping. And when we took this voice recorder, because it had been burned to the core to about 850 degrees, so we could read it in India, we had to take it to Washington. And there Boeing helped us to put this whole thing together. Not only we could see the flight data recorder, which is there, as those called the black boxes, orange in color, but the voice recorder also. And for the first time, as I said, that it was publicly known that there is a captain who, out of inaction, you see, after takeoff from Dubai, it's beautiful air conditioned, and unlike the Indian Air Force or some of the military aviation, where we have a lot of bonding, we talk to each other, we know each other, we know our families, we know children, all that. In civil aviation, it's a different culture. So with the result, the captain and co-pilot, they were not really in talking terms. Ahluwalia was the captain, rather the co-pilot, and this Lusika, of course, late both of them. He was from Serbia. They were not really on talking terms. And so he didn't really wake him up, didn't do anything. And then when we did this inquiry, along with the doctor, member of mine, we purposely flew up and down in the same period of time, slept in the afternoon to see how much more time we can, keep awake. Because, if at all we continue speaking, maybe some people will have a shut eye. So, or maybe they'll start looking at the mobile. So I'm just trying to sort of wake them up. And why I'm saying about wake up is there is something called the window of circadian law. There is a window between 2 o'clock in the night to 4 o'clock. That is called the WOCL, window of circadian law, where regardless of whatever you sleep, how much can you sleep in the afternoon? I mean, the young girls and boys who work in the night shift during one of these call centers, they put all the black curtains and all that and try to sleep, but it's impossible to sleep for 7-8 hours and then again keep awake. So there is this 2 to 4 o'clock where they tend to sleep or take a nap. And that WOCL creates the whole problem of, circadian is a body clock which happens. It's different from the jet lag. So why I'm digressing onto innovation is because the other day we had a students' robotic competition. And what I liked was, one of the schools, the boys had created a specs. It had come somewhere else also, if I remember, but the young boys, they had created specs where there's a little sensor. And if the driver of the car doesn't blink his eyes, they've calculated the rate at which the eyes have to blink. And if it doesn't blink for, more than, say, 4 seconds, immediately it starts flashing. And then there is possibility of they're trying to put that into a braking system and things like that. I give this always example because, Mumbai, Pune, what happens is most of us come by USA or wherever, and we are quite wide awake. But how about the driver? Whether he slept or not, we don't know. And quite often the accident takes place in this expressway. So this is a very good innovation that these boys had done. And I really gave them a first prize, of course, since I was judge there. Along with, of course, another one where there was a innovation where as soon as they could see the thermal image becoming bigger, they knew that there will be a fire and things like that. The water starts moving toward that side and pumping. So there are so many things that the children are so creative. And I'm sure the students at the back, there are so many ideas. And that innovation is most important, where you have to look at it as a different model. For us in military, it is survival, actually speaking. If you don't innovate, whether it's a process innovation or whether it's a technological innovation, to be able to create asymmetry, you have to innovate. And today the world is at the inflection point. After COVID, I think it has helped in making a lot of these innovations, youngsters, the unicorns. Right from Make My Trip to some of the food chains, including whatever you can do on a mobile. There are so many innovations taking place. For us in military, you have seen both the wars that are going on, how Hamas could take advantage of whatever was going on, political problems in Israel, and they could get in. Simple thing, they'd use the maids who used to work from the Gaza Strip into Israel. They had been compromised with the terrorists, and they had told them that on a particular time we'll keep the curtains open. That means you would know that people are occupied inside, and then you could come and shoot. So the intelligence had failed. There are a number of things that are going on, and it's never ending. So is the case with drones. For a pilot like me, as soon as I used to hear this word drone and pilotless aircraft, I used to get very angry. I said, come on, somebody's trying to replace me. It is not going to happen. But, we're going to coexist. But the drones, they can drop use a camera for weddings or cricket match. And then they can also drop a bomb or a little, pistol, what is going on in Punjab border and things like that, drugs. So there are so many things that a mind can, think creatively or otherwise. Like Dr. Mashelkar here, I'm a member of Pune International Center, where we have a social innovation lab. And every year on his mother's name, he gives an award of 1 lakh rupees to best innovation. And some of them are excellent. There is without blood, without taking a sample of blood to be able to find out whether you have diabetes. There is, most of the people you find these drains where they have to go inside and they get suffocated. Some people die inside that, when they're trying to clean up these manholes. So there is a pump which had been created by these particular Tamil students, from Tamil Nadu. And very good. Today, now the government has given an order, as a matter of fact, it should be compulsorily done automatically. There's no more, manually scavenging of those drains. So there are so many good things that can also happen out of this innovation. And of course, as a military man, we always look at it, the flip side of it, as to how we can take advantage of it to be able to create, as I said, asymmetry. So the innovation is the key. There's a difference between innovation and invention. But innovation, value addition, out-of-box thinking in the process, and of course now at the moment in education, as you know, there are sea changes taking place. There is a national education policy we are trying to grapple with. Meanwhile, they were talking in terms of a new form of universities which are coming up. And we are one of them. The Maharashtra Society is also looking at all those cluster universities, as it's called. So there are a lot of challenges at one time, but then there are also possibilities that out of all we'll be able to do something better. And the better is the students at the back. And for you, all the changes, please remember that there is always resistance to change. And that's one thing which is against the innovation. You must be able to change, adapt, and like what was very rightly mentioned, that you can, predict the future. And not only that, but create it. I like your quote. So, that's the way we have to accept the change. And then I'm sure this conference will throw up a lot of new ideas. And I compliment Dr. Desada, the principal of Commerce College, and all his colleagues for having made this conference together. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Gokhale sir. Every time we hear the words of wisdom from you, they are really encouraging and thought-provoking. Thank you so much. As we move on towards the end of this inaugural session, may I call upon stage Dr. Ravindra sir, Honorable Principal MES Senior College, to propose the vote of thanks of this inaugural session.
Good morning, esteemed guests, respected colleagues, dear students and friends. it is both honor and a privilege to extend a vote of thanks on this remarkable occasion. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone present here for their invaluable contribution. Here is a shloka from Bhagavad Gita that can be interpreted to resonate with the spirit of innovation. Navinam kurvannapi jiranam shilpam navina shilam cha jiranam navayat navayanam chet paripurnakari na kuryat karya vishayena buddhim. Arthat, even while performing an old task, one should bring a new approach. An old method becomes the new when done with a fresh perspective. If one innovates completely, it completes the task thoroughly. One should not apply old ways of thinking to new problems. First and foremost, I extend my deepest appreciation to Dr. Ravindra Utgikar sir, Professor Sudhir Agashe sir, Shri Pradip Kopardekar sir, Sheetal Panchal madam, Dr. Mandar Joshi sir, and Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale sir, whose insightful words have greatly enlightened us. I would like also to thank Shri Babasaheb Shinde sir, Shri Vijay Bhalerao, CA Rahul Mirazdar, and all governing body and life member body members of Maharashtra Education Society for their unwavering support and dedication. I would like to thank our knowledge partners, Savitribai Phule Pune University, MEDC, C4I4, BHAU Institute, EDII, and our sponsor, IDFC First Bank. I extend my gratitude towards Dr. Kishore Deswarada sir and the complete GCC team, teaching and administrative staff, Dr. Santosh Deshpande sir and IMCC team, my colleague, teaching and administrative staff at MS Senior College, Auditorium team, as well as student volunteer. I also thank to all the researchers who have submitted the papers and those who are present in the audience to present that paper in the coming up presentation session. Last but not the least, you all who have present in this particular auditorium, thank you once again.
Vijay Bhalerao sir to speak a few words.
Dignitaries on the dais, I know the rule that after presidential speech no one should speak, but keeping that aside, I have taken permission from Bhushan Gokhale sir that can we announce one thing. This is the great thing that GCC has organized this wonderful event for students and teachers and etc. But just having conference is not sufficient. That's what MES feels, and so we would like to announce that we will have MES innovation competition next year for the students. With the permission from Gokhale sir and Babasaheb Shinde, I am announcing this thing. And why I have taken the privilege here, because all industry experts are here. What I expect from them is not just a knowledge partner, they should be a real partner next year. And they should provide a problem statement to our students. Rules and regulations can be decided in the upcoming days, and so that this can be taken to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that thrilling announcement, sir. The competitive spirit is already able to be felt in the air. Thank you so much, everybody, all the dignitaries on the dais. As we come to the end of the inaugural session, may I request you all to take the seats among the audience. Without a break, we directly move on to the keynote address of this conference. Dignitaries take seats among the audience. Dr. Utgikar sir would be requested to please stay back. I request the volunteers to help him out with the settings. Please. I snatched this opportunity to try to do justice to the wonderful profile of Dr. Rajendra Utgikar sir. He holds a double doctorate in management as well as electronics and telecommunication engineering, both from Pune University. His research thesis is focused on one hand on renewable energy and on the other on strategies for entry and growth in international markets. He has completed a course on global account management at the Account Management Center at the University of St. Gallen, Switzerland. He has actively participated in several senior management executive learning and development programs organized by renowned institutions such as CCL USA, ISB India, etc. May I request the audience to please settle down? Let us maintain the decorum. Though the inaugural is over, we have, without a break, continued with the keynote session. So please settle down fast. Students, please maintain decorum. We are the brand ambassadors of our respective colleges. Please remember, we get judged by how we behave. So please, let me continue with Dr. Utgikar's profile. Dr. Utgikar currently is the Vice President at Praj Industries Limited, India's leading climate action organization in the bioeconomy space, and he heads the corporate strategy initiatives. Praj provides end-to-end technology solutions from R&D to D&D, that is design and deployment, to customers in the process industry globally. During his 33 years of global experience in formulating and implementing business transformation strategies for products as well as projects industry, Dr. Utgikar has traveled in over 40 countries across 5 continents in developing and deploying market entry and growth strategies. As a specialist in sales, marketing, business development, general management, and strategy, Dr. Utgikar has an established track record of ensuring sustained profitable growth for leading Indian corporations as well as MNCs. As a prolific writer, Dr. Utgikar is a well-known columnist in several leading newspapers, with his columns on energy, environment, technology, education, etc. Dr. Utgikar has also authored several scholarly papers in technology as well as management field in reputed national and international journals. Dr. Utgikar is the director on board of BHAU Institute, an early stage technology startup incubator supported by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He holds honorary committee member positions in several leading industry and academic institutions. We are indeed lucky to have you with us, sir. Are our arrangements done? Dr. Utgikar, may I request you to deliver your keynote address?
Good morning. I don't know how to start, but let me just say that Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale, you've been an idol. We all grew up looking up at you, and it's such an honor to be here, sharing dais with you and to be felicitated with you. I must say it is one of the most memorable days of my life. So thank you very much. I also want to thank Desarda sir, Devi madam, all the organizers of the conference, Nande madam, the team who has worked overnight to be here to make sure that we have a platform to be able to exchange thoughts. Just like many of the people on the stage, I too, an alumnus of MIT, I did spend 4 years of my doctoral research at IMCC. So in a way, it's like homecoming for me. So that's another thing that makes my day well and truly memorable. My dear friend of 40 years or more than 40 years, Vijay is here, and I see him doing some tremendous work, and I'm so delighted that he announced one step forward in innovation, and thanks to Shinde sir and Gokhale sir for continued guidance and patronage to make sure that MES actually goes places and makes a name for itself. I would like to start by saying that there couldn't be more opportune time
to have this international conference. Nurturing innovation in an organization is a very contemporary topic. Actually, I must admit I'm a little bit nervous because after Air Marshal Gokhale sir spoke and he gave some brilliant examples of innovation, and also some of the dignitaries in their earlier short but very nice speeches talked a lot about innovation. So I was constantly think that I have to now go that extra mile to be able to give some more value-added information to you guys. And then there is time pressure. Gokhale sir is always big on discipline, so we'll see what best we can do. The way I have structured my discussion today is I'm going to talk a little bit about macro and microeconomic environment that's there. Because when you talk about nurturing innovation in organization exists in a world that is full of different dynamics that are in play. So we must little bit look at the business canvas, how it is unfolding. We will look at some of the concepts of innovation. I mean, when I came to the opening session, I said I will start a count how many times the word innovation is being uttered, but after 100, I just said, okay, let me just concentrate on the speeches. And thanks to Gokhale sir, probably his narration took me back to my travel from Bombay to Pune and at odd hours, or even flights where we have had some scary experiences. So the word innovation is there, no matter which newspaper you need, which magazine you need, which blog, which publication, which television channel, nothing gets complete without word innovation. So in a way, it's a bit overrated, but the reality is that the spirit of innovation, that is also a demonstration that the spirit of innovation is thriving, and not only thriving, it is something which is very important. And I'm glad that Mandar is here today from BHAU. At BHAU, we try to incubate early stage innovative experiments with the help of Department of Science and Technology. And we have a mandate for about 6 or 8 science technology streams where we can incubate them. And we have a vision to take BHAU from early stage tech incubator to a startup accelerator where we can have unicorns and sunicorns and minicorns. That is $1 billion, $100 million, and probably $10 million enterprises. And I'm sure the way we have been going about setting up and tying up with the institutions, I look forward to seeing many students or student entrepreneurs joining BHAU in this journey. I was also delighted to note that pitch about C4I4 on Industry 4.0, and I think Gokhale sir said very well that this era is not just automation, but this era is of coexistence. I think you talked about it, that man and machine, and which is the evolution of Industry 5.0, where machines do more repetitive and tactical jobs and humans do more transformative and strategic jobs. So in a way, there is a coexistence of both. So that also was one of the strong takeaways for me. Professor Agashe talked about the perils of how innovation success will bring with it and how we have to shun those. I think there are lots of takeaways from all those experiments there. So we're going to talk about a little bit of concept of innovation and then really the crux of it, how the concept of innovation is actually applied in the industries. And I'm going to talk about real life cases to take you further. Now, before I go further, I have an obligation to speak a little bit about the organization that I represent, Praj Industries, and I'm glad that Atul, our president of Bioenergy Division, the flagship division, found time to be here. He is working shoulder to shoulder with Dr. Pramod Chaudhary, first generation techno entrepreneur, who set up Praj Industries about 40 years back. The statistics speak for themselves, but what I would like you to look at is this burst of George Washington Carver, the great scientist, innovator, agriculturalist and technologist in the 20th century, actually transformed the way a farming community looked at the agricultural space. So he developed several value-added products so that the farmers did not have to rely only on the harvest from the crop. And there is an award institutionalized on his name, and Dr. Pramod Chaudhary, the founder chairman of Praj Industries, who is also a very good friend of Air Marshal Gokhale sir for decades, was the first Indian recipient of this award. And that has done all of us, not just at Praj, not just in Pune, Maharashtra, but the whole nation proud. And something similar is about that William C. Holmberg Award, who is known as father of ethanol in the US industry, where US industry has, ranked first or second position in ethanol production. And on his name, Dr. Chaudhary was again the first Indian recipient of this award, which got him the name of Ethanol Man as a pioneer of bioeconomy in India. But more importantly, our company is engaged into accelerating energy transition via bioeconomy. Just as innovation is being spoken about, the second side of the coin is actually sustainability. So the world needs to be more sustainable, and I think that's where Dr. Gokhale's comment, Air Marshal Gokhale's comment came about coexistence of man and machine, that we don't only harm the planet but also people. So there has to be a right, fine balance between people, planet and profit that we have to actually look at. So Praj is India's best known industrial biotechnology company, and if you really look at, and one more thing I wanted to highlight, that on 28th February is a National Science Day celebrated after Raman effect, the Nobel laureate scientist C.V. Raman. And the theme for this National Science Day is Swadeshi Tantradnyan for Vikasit Bharat, indigenous technology for developed India. And if you look around, three great examples that come to my mind. One is the space. India has done incredible work in space, equal to or better than what Western world has done. Vaccine is another area. We just saw that during the COVID time, Indian vaccine did wonders for majority of population around the world, especially in global south, and provided a relief. And the third is industrial biotechnology, where Praj is operating, and thanks to visionary, legendary chairman Dr. Pramod Chaudhary, where he has envisaged that the agrarian economy like India needs to leverage its captive resources in terms of sun, land and agriculture to make products that are more sustainable and to give nation an edge over economy, environment, society and energy. So I think these three areas are standout examples how Indian indigenous technology is at par or ahead of the world's best. So that's a little bit about our company. At the next slide, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the geopolitical environment that we are in today. I mean, the bullets probably are legible. You can see they speak volumes, but it is suffice to say that we are living in an extremely vulnerable situation. The VUCA world, I think the VUCA word was coined in US military last century. Vulnerable, ambiguous, uncertain, ambiguous and complex. So VUCA world is here to stay, and every day there is a new dynamics at play. First we had this long drawn battle between Ukraine and Russia, which people predicted that it will last for a day, week, month, quarter, year, but it's still going on. If that was not enough, we had conflicts in Gaza, Palestine and Israel, which also has no signs of stopping. And then we had Iran and Pakistan joining the global vulnerable geopolitical environment. Not to mention the crisis happening at Red Sea, which is affecting the global supply chains and the development plans, which are adversely impacting nations. So all this matters to each one of us, because as we know, as a nation, 80% of our energy needs are fulfilled from imported oil or gas. So we must harness more and more captive resources. Clearly, the advent of internet and then mobile penetration has made customers very savvy, because the knowledge is commoditized. Everybody can access at a click of button anything and everything they want to know. But what's not so common, and I think that's where Professor Agashe's statement was, that it's not about knowledge, but it is about understanding. It is about application of that knowledge. That is uncommon, and that's where I think Professor Agashe, you were saying that teachers must change from just being a knowledge givers to somebody who allows students blossoming into their own elements by experiential learning, application based learning. And that's what we are trying to do at COEP, and BHAU is just one step ahead of learning those experiments and putting them to commercial use. Because somebody rightly said, innovation R&D has no value if that cannot be harnessed and commercialized to help uplift the quality of life of people at the bottom of the pyramid. So if our innovation, research, all that, and I heard wonderful 100-odd papers coming in, all this need to progress to the incubation and to a startup and to commercialization route, and that's what we are going to talk about. But just writing papers is not good enough for us, and that's where the differentiation is coming. So as customers become more knowledgeable, they demand more and more for less and less. We all experience that we want to buy insurance policies, homes, automobiles, and we can take any examples. You actually do compare books, compare policies, compare this. So, clearly what we are experiencing is there is an extreme pressure for the leaders to stay at leadership role, for the followers to get to that leadership role. So acquiring, retaining and growing customers is a big challenge, because you need to continually invest in people, you need to continually invest in technology, which is exerting great financial pressure on the company's performance, because what costs you incur in innovation are sunk costs unless they see the success. We are going to talk a little bit about that. So clearly we see that product life cycles are dying, and the famous example always cited is those Fiat and Ambassador cars, which continued for decades before liberalization kicked in. And you see that today every automobile company has half a dozen product launches every year. New variants, new features, facelift, which was not the case. So this is benefiting consumer as a whole, but this is also exerting pressure on business performance. So when we take up innovation, we have to see that it has to be cost-effective innovation. Dr. Gokhale mentioned, Air Marshal Gokhale made mention of Mashelkar sir, who often says, more from less for more. So you have to achieve more from lesser resources to benefit more masses. And that has been really the innovation problem statement. And clearly we are seeing that digital technology has left no industry untouched. It's completely redefining the industrial landscape, technology landscape. Previously, the competition was going to come from within the segment or industry. Today, you see that automobile makers also have names like Google, Apple, Microsoft, Sony. What is happening? We are seeing that the advent and progression of information technology software is converting the whole automobile space into mobile on wheels with the autonomous car and some of those things coming in. But that's again a different topic. So clearly time to market is falling, commoditization is here without innovation, and I think somebody made mention in the plenary session that without innovation you will perish. So it's not a matter of choice anymore. So what then is innovation? So I just wanted to spend a minute to get this concept right, that on the x-axis you have business models and processes, which means how do you deliver the value to your customers. That is business model and processes, whether it is through franchisee, partnership, value-added resellers, opening your own offices, having collaborations, whatnot. And what are the processes you follow, and then on the y-axis you have products and services. So, and these products could be physical products, it could be digital products, because we are seeing that edtech, education technology, medtech, medical technology, fintech, financial technology has many times these soft products, which are also falling in the innovation bracket and products. So, if you are actually doing something on existing product, slight improvement, but with the same business model, you are actually doing what is called as an incremental innovation. Better packaging, some different tests. So, the analogy that typically cuts across very well is you can take a eatery which actually serves a breakfast menu on the counter. So it's a typical Indian traditional breakfast served on the counter. And then quickly he sees there is a value, there are outstation students coming. He says that I will go from breakfast to tiffins and meals. And then from the tiffins and meals, he starts slowly thinking into, continental food and then exotic food and then, whatnot. And then from the over the counter, he goes to the alliances with Swiggy, Zomato for deliveries. He can actually do franchisees and then he can do different cities. He can go international and so on and so forth. So you are growing on x-axis, you are growing on y-axis. So you are slowly moving from incremental sustaining innovation, which is a matter of obligation. Life is growth, as the saying goes. If you don't keep moving, you will fall, right? So everybody tries to innovate. That is small and incremental, that you have to sustain. But more than that, you have to often look at breakthrough or radical innovation. And then what typically the sales people are expecting are game changer or disruptive innovations. Everybody loves that word, disruptive innovations. But after the advent of light bulb, internal combustion engine, assembly line, internet, smartphones, such things are very far and few. And remember, that's where this risk band kicks in. So you are doing incremental sustaining innovation, your risks are relatively low because supposing it doesn't work out, and I think Professor Agashe said that out of one unicorn, there is a hidden story of 1,000 unicorns not working. So, their failure is a subset of success. I mean, there is a famous Michael Jordan statement, I failed over and over again, and that's what got me where I am today. So you are clearly looking at incremental innovation going through breakthrough to radical to disruptive. And as you go there, the sunk costs, should the innovation not fire, are so huge that it could wipe you off the business. So more often than not, such space is for people who have big, strong war chests on finances, on technology, on reach, visibility. Like Steve Jobs very famously said, get up close and personal with your customer, so much so to the extent that even before he knows about it, you know what he needs and you convince him. And that's what the power of branding, marketing and promotions is. But not everybody is capable of that. So there are innovations that don't work. I mean, there's this big, they call Mama, right? Meta, Amazon, Apple, Alphabet, and Microsoft. So all these companies are able to play in that zone, but others must play in this zone. Depending on what your risk appetite is, you must innovate. I thought that concept was very important as we speak innovation. Then I think Air Marshal Gokhale sir said that innovation could be in anything. It doesn't have to be just a product. Because many of us are commerce students and we will say that what we have to do with technology. No. There is a business model innovation and there is a host of innovation, processes, delivery, the way we do financing, creative financing. I mean, the list is endless. In fact, gets added every time. So I think let's not see innovation as only a technology game. Let's look at innovation in a holistic way, right? So if we keep going forward, and this is what is to be remembered, that before actually the innovation becomes a commercial success, it needs to cross this valley of death. We all see on WhatsApp University, as they call it, so many fantastic technologies. The latest one that is doing rounds is, I think, Toyota has come up with a water engine where, you do on board electrolysis and just use water as storage instead of hydrogen as storage. Fantastic, isn't it? Too good to be true. But all this, to be able to commercialize, need to go into all of this. For that, you need resources, you need branding, you need marketing, you need partnerships, you need collaboration. And that's why we have seen, and this is a famous saying in Bay Valley, that 9 out of 10 innovations fall apart. They don't succeed, right? We all see Shark Tanks and some of these concepts. So we must have our like they say in Mahabharata, one eye only on the eye of the parrot. We need to have the commercial success as a focus. Till that, it is all some cost, and which is what is depicted in the next slide. That even before it starts selling or even making money, you are actually incurring deep costs. And this is not one-off game. As it goes through product life cycle, and I'm sure there are some management students here as well, you have to already sow seeds for the next product cycle to take off. That means you need a pipeline of innovation. And once you do some innovative product, the expectations from you as an innovative company go up. So you need to continually invest. So we are looking at an organization with a pipeline of product life cycle that are maturing one after another. The idea is, how do you sustain these losses? How do you keep investing even if you are not making profits at a break-even stage? And how do you, even before profits start declining, start another revenue chain with a new product? I think that's what the concept of product life cycle is more important. And then, this is, everybody knows, why do you need new product development? Why do you need innovation? There is a competition pressure, there is a regulator pressure, there is a customer demand, there is a growth plans. Your investors will ask, what is your forecast? I mean, Atul can say that we face these investor calls quarter on quarter, and there is always a question asked, so what's the next big thing you are working on? When it is going to get monetized? So I think what we need to be very mindful, that there is an extreme pressure from competitors, from investors, from customers, from regulators to be able to keep traversing that path. The new mandates, new legislation, supposing carbon tax kicks in. So even the most efficient carbon internal combustion car will become unviable because of the higher OPEX costs. So we have to keep one eye also on what the global mandates and regulations are, right? In the recently concluded COP28 summit, there was a call given of tripling the renewable energy capacity and doubling the energy efficiency. You can do that only if you harness absolutely the latest and best in technology. So I think there is no looking back over why is new product development required or what is the rationale of it. If we keep going forward, I would again like to focus on this 2x2 matrix of Boston Consulting, which actually on the x-axis is customer criticality value and on the y-axis is company strengths. So what we are saying here is that ideally everybody should like to operate in this zone where customers have extreme value perception and company has strengths. And what is that zone? These three circles that are intersecting may not be legible, but these circles say one circle is about what my company is able to do and what my customers want. So these two circles are intersecting. But this circle is a competitor circle. So it is circumventing that sweet spot, which means I can do it, my customers want it, my competitor can't do it. That's a sweet spot you want to operate in. Great. You are perhaps the only player there. That's a good news. But the bad news is the minute, just like you are watching market, competitor, customer, technology, they are also watching. So they will rush in here. They will rush into this sweet spot. So that sweet spot is little bit like a moving goalpost. You have to continually innovate to make sure that what you do stays just outside the reach of competitors. Before they can catch up, you must monetize. If you don't monetize, then you won't be left with enough money to fund your next innovation. So everybody would like to operate in this. Now this circle is also like a hidden iceberg. The customer doesn't value it. That's the face value. I mean, customer doesn't want it. But anything that customer wants and you have, you don't need a super salesman. What do you need? Super salesman and marketeers to help unearth this portion of the iceberg which is beneath the earth's surface. What are the things that your technology can do for which he has no appreciation, maybe because of lack of awareness, lack of knowledge. But you must help him understand and get at the same page. So you would ideally like to operate in these two. What he values and you don't operate. Tier 2, Tier 3 cities value market entry cars. So you don't find Mercedes and BMWs or Rolex and Longines operating in the rural areas. So that is our segmentation, STP, segmentation, targeting, positioning. So we got to have thought clarity. And clearly what he doesn't value, we don't have it, we don't operate. So I think this is very important in new product development for value creation point of view. Obviously, there are numerous reasons why new product development doesn't work. I mean, Gokhale sir gave this wonderful example and it left me thinking that what can work for drivers on roads can also hold good for aviation traffic, on railway traffic, because this is that 2 to 4 window is cutting across. So, but why is it not seeing success yet? Maybe they have to yet pass through a regulator, make it cost effective. I think again going back to Dr. Mashelkar's thing that Jaipur food is something which he made very affordable. Otherwise, its substitutes internationally were extremely expensive. So I think you need to make it cost effective. So sometimes you are pricing high, sometimes competitor is ahead of you, sometimes you are unable to communicate the value to your customers, sometimes the packaging is not right, sometimes the positioning is not right. So you can ask, and the timing is not right. Many people who had invested actually were wiped out of business during COVID because suddenly the demand dropped, right? So there are a number of reasons new product development can fail, but as Professor Akashe mentioned, failure has to be used for deriving learnings for the next process, right? So our greatest glory is not ever failing, but rising every time after we fail, but because we plow back the learnings from the failure and make the next effort even more successful, right? That's where the new product development and innovation fails. Timing is an issue, and I think all of us know these companies. We all were fond of these companies once upon a time. And history is full. The management core, I don't know whether there are management students, but the case studies are full of these companies. Why? Despite having everything, brand, money, visibility, resources, market reach, bankers, could not actually catch that wave. So I think to say that big and mighty are absolved of this failure, that's not the case. Even the big and mighty fail. And that's what happens if we don't keep innovating. So this is so far as just some concepts and some basics are concerned. Now we are heading into actually how companies go about developing new product. How do they harvest innovation and convert that innovation in new product, services, soft product, hard product, projects, whatnot, right? So typically what happens in all companies, that the extreme focus goes into people who get business, which is sales, and people who deliver business, which is projects. People who secure orders, people who deliver orders. So very often we don't have the best resources pitched for new product development. Or there are part-timers. There is no clear defined goal post. So a classical new product development has a clearly mandated time, cost, quality, quantity, risk framework. A dedicated team that continues to work on new product development. And it clearly knows it's a collaborative effort. And it deploys some of the best practices like stage gate model we are going to see coming down. So the next thing is about organization. Everything is about organization. Everything is about how do you structure your resources to be able to get the outcome that you desire. And I think great analogy that can cut across with students very well is that football analogy, right? When the World Cup football scenario comes, then probably you have this strategy mapping or location mapping of each teams, and you see the Italians play game this way. I mean, typically it is said that Europeans work on a teamwork, South Americans work on individual brilliance. So it is horses for courses. But we are talking about the best way the organization can work, and that means you have sponsorship coming right from the top, maybe a board member, CEO, chairman level who is actually mandating, giving go ahead for this project. and then there is a steering committee which actually monitors progress once in a while, and then you have a program management office. Program management office has a change champions cutting across verticals and geographies, whether it is business units, technology groups, supply chain, and some of the other satellite functions. So it is very important that we all must organize ourselves such that there is absolutely clarity of role, purpose, timelines, and scope. And that's why the cross-functional involvement is very important. We often see that in basketball or in football or in hockey, where teams put their the job of center forward is to score the goal. But it's the midfielders who often build the strategy. Or even the backies, when the situational leadership comes, they build the move. So it's a teamwork. We are talking that innovation or new product development is a team sport. And that's where this role and scope clarity is very important. We don't have enough time today to go line by line, but after the way you have organized your team to approach new product development, there has to be absolutely role and scope clarity. The ball shouldn't fall between the chairs, or there shouldn't be a volleyball or a ping pong essay. So for that, scope clarity and role clarity is very important. So every set of that new product development team is entrusted with a responsibility, budget, timelines, and scope. And if you keep going forward, and this is one thing I would like you to remember, they often call it Raski analysis. Some call it Rasic or some call it Raski. And I would like you to remember this because we are going to, future slides, you will know that. So who is responsible for actually the outcome? Who is accountable, that who is answerable to the management or the superiors? Who is going to support in that function? Who is going to consult while some initiatives are being taken? And who needs to be kept informed? And these are sacrosanct, but again, when the situation arises, they may change a little bit here and there, right? We have seen, we are all fond of sports. We often see that sometimes tailender bail out the batting lineup, or sometimes the part-time bowler gives you the golden arm and a wicket. So it's more often a situational leadership also. But to be able to organize your resources, to be able to develop absolute scope clarity, to be able to give responsibility, accountability, supporting, informative tasks clearly to people so that they know what is to be done by who and when is very, very important. And this is where I would like you to pay attention, because this is the best way companies work on developing new product. So there is a concept called stage, which is S, and there is a concept called gate. So at every stage, there is a set of inputs or deliverables. So we saw that there is an organization. That organization has roles defined for each stage. And once they fulfill those deliverables, they go to a gate. And the responsibility of gatekeepers, which is the higher management typically, is to open a gate based on the predefined criteria and allow the project to progress, or close the gate and kill the idea, or give a conditional go ahead to open the gate subject to clearing it in a defined time frame. So there is a stage, there is a gate, and there are gatekeepers. Let these terminologies be absolutely familiar to you, because sooner than later you will get into company, and this is a general project management philosophy, not necessarily only in new product development. Stage gate deliverables to the outcome. So there are a number of stages, and obviously as many stages, as many gates, to be able to get this idea into the physical product. So here is a classical stage gate model. So again, I don't have liberty of time, so I'll not go in semantics. But for example, in stage 0, we are saying the market need identification and business objective as the stage. So there is a set of deliverables attached to customer facing, marketing, business development strategy people. What product is required by the market? And how will they know? They need to move in the market, talk to their loyal customers, talk to their management of, higher management of, those customers, understand what the needs of that customer are, stated needs, unstated needs, needs of today, needs of tomorrow. Because based on that needs, what product is required by the market is identified. At the next stage, we are saying it's a feasibility stage. So, okay, we know what is required by customer, but are we confident that we can make a profitable and competitive product? Remember the words profitable and competitive. You can make a product, but will it make money? So how do you know? So you are actually doing a forecast of revenue and profitability from that product over a 3-year, 5-year term, and constantly comparing with some cost of innovation today. So at every stage gate, you are saying the cost of innovation and the projected benefits from that product over a 3-year, 5-year cycle. As long as this equation is in balance, or you are going to make money, you have to progress with the product development. But if you don't think it is making sense, then you have to kill the idea, no matter how good it is. Like saying that if the global mandates are coming for green hydrogen, electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, biofuel vehicles, and you go on to make the best fossil fuel car. But the mandates are going to be imposed on inducing the carbon tax, which will make the OPEX of the car owners very unviable. So you cannot go about with the project all the time. You have to kill that idea. Right? And I think we in academia world have also seen that our courseware also has changed. Some of the courseware may not be relevant. COBOL, BASIC, Fortran were the same languages taught in this very IMCC when we started. Right? Now we have developed newer softwares, newer technologies, embedded systems and network world and whatnot. So we have to always see the viability of the idea. At third gate, you are saying project planning and commitment. How do we organize the project to meet the customer quality and schedule requirements? All right, we know that this product is required by the market. All right, we believe that we can make money from that market. But are we well organized? Do we have resources? Do we have adequate staffing? Do we have everything that can actually make this project worthwhile? So some of these things are being asked. And we can keep going down the line to see different stages, different questions are being asked. As long as the sponsor's steer code gets a convincing answer at the end of that stage gate, that yes, the deliverables of that stage gate are complete, it still makes sense to make that product, then we go ahead. And we all know what happened to the pager, analog phones, film cameras, right? No point in looking, but deriving learnings from that experiment, we need to actually plow back. So no matter how good an idea, if it is not going to make money or sense, you don't go ahead with it. That is also a very important decision, right? In like they say in the stock market, you stop losses, cut losses, get out with a loss so that whatever money is left, you are able to invest in some more promising stocks to make money. Otherwise, that capital erosion will actually leave you on the road. So that's the case also with innovation projects, right? Often these projects are long drawn, 36 miles. If you want to bring an automobile, it's a long drawn project, right? If you want to develop any high-tech component, it has to go from flask to bench to pilot to demo to commercialization. So the market may change, new mandates may come in, customer may have different technology that is coming in. So we have to keep asking this question and getting the right answers. Then at the next slide, I mentioned to you stage. So at each stage, you have these deliverables that are being quantified. So at the stage gate, we are taking a stock. Which deliverables are completely fulfilled, which are partially fulfilled, which are half fulfilled, which are partly done. Now, there could be logical reasons. In an ideal world, it will be all bold black dots that will open the gates. But in reality, it doesn't happen because you're also depending on third parties. Certification may have a queue, right? Testing may have a gestation cycle. So some of these things can go with a conditional approval. So remember the stage I mentioned to you. These are the deliverables for that stage. And this is how it looks at the stage gate meeting. Right? If we keep going forward, then we find that the Rasky analysis that we spoke about is actually here. That for the stage gate 2, the set of deliverables are quantified here. And like I mentioned, it's a team sport. So strategic planning, technology, manufacturing, purchase, logistic, procurement, all these functions are in that game. Some may have active role, some may have passive role, but that can change in the next stage. So nobody can wake up at the next stage and say that I don't know this. That is why it is important to say that for target requirements, strategic planning needs to be consulted. Technology must be consulted. However, the accountability lies with the product management group, right? And who is going to support the product management group? Some of the administrative functions can support. So if you keep taking another function, the accountability will change. So the concept here is little bit like situational leadership, which is also a real life situation, right? We experience every day. And that's how the stage gate model works. So there is an organization, there is a scope role clarity, there is a process that is defined, there are accountabilities or responsibilities identified for each stage, who is going to do what. So it's absolutely flowing like a nice orchestra and symphony. That's how the stage gate model works. And then clearly this is one little bit overstated communication, not really overstated. We see that all the time. It's like Chinese whispers game, that the customer, when they met, had this told to a sales people, and when the sales transferred internally, then internally the whole thing gets lost, and what was delivered is something which is this. That just underlines the importance of communication in the organization. And when you are working in a big team, different functions sitting different geographies, different locations, different bosses, different priorities, different budgets, different headcounts, this in all likelihood happens that lost in transit, lost in communication. And that is where we as budding entrepreneurs, business managers, professionals need to have absolute control over our communication. And that's why the process orientation is very important. And then what do we communicate during the stage gate meeting? Is the project on time? We still think we can make it. Has it progressed the way we want? How about the cost, quality, requirements, planning, get delivered? So critical information is shared across all the people, so that at no point in time anybody is misled on where the project is headed. So I think that is the importance of stage gate meetings, where there is a representation across the functions. And then clearly some of the best practices we bring to the table. We conduct meetings on a scheduled note. People can't say that I am unavailable, I am not prepared. There is a cross-functional team that is in play. The level of discipline, documentation, all this is in clearly there. So this is a little bit like a hub and spoke, where the program management office, like we see even the Prime Minister's office, it holds multiple departments together. You know, we work in the industrial biotechnology side, and if you look at what is industrial biotechnology, it has several ministries, with the agricultural ministry, Ministry of Petroleum and Gas, environment ministry that comes into play, finance ministry that is coming into the play, Ministry of Road Transport that is coming into the play, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. So there are 7-8 ministries that are going on. But how do they dovetail, and like a nice orchestrator running the symphony of musicians playing different instruments, or same instrument, multiple people playing, there is absolutely, they do it in chorus. So that's why this concept of program management is very important. And that's how we use it in the overall project management stage. And I would like you to pay deep and careful attention how it is done, because whole game of innovation and new product development is based on customer requirements of today, customer requirements of tomorrow, what his pain areas are, what his unstated needs are. So what this slide actually tells you, that if you are developing a global product, India, China, America, Australia, European Union, Brazil. So for these markets, you capture the preliminary information on logistics, transportation, health, safety, documentation, sales, operation, maintenance, projects, supply chain. So the people at the initial stage capture customer requirements from their customers, who are loyal customers, the customers who want to work with new technology. They then bunch all these requirements into avoiding any consolidation and duplication. So there could be different markets saying the same thing. So you actually wash it, analyze it, screen it, filter it, and develop a fantastic consolidated, that is point number 4 here, list as to this is what global customers want in logistics, in sales, in life cycle management, in projects. that you actually prioritize. Because if wishes were horses, everything that customer said can be done. But when you're talking about a project, you're talking into time, cost, quality, quantity, risk, and budgets, which means everything is possible, but only so much is possible in this mandate. We don't want to change the goalpost now. So in that mandate, whatever is possible, whatever is required is taken up. What is a must-have? They call VED, Vital, Essential, Desirable Analysis. So that is how it can be done, right? Again, not every customer would want everything. So you will need to work with variants. But the important thing is you are building a bottoms-up information on what is required by customer. You are then putting it to one level of filter. This is what is required by customer and this is what we want. I mean, we often say customer is always right. But is that true? Henry Ford said that if I was asked what do customer want, customer always wanted faster horse. But he did not yield. So sometimes your intelligence need to also come into the play because customer may not be mindful of your innovative ideas. It is your job to educate them and make him see value. So bring bottoms up requirements. See that in your project budget and charter what is possible. Then actually prioritize. And all that, then give it to the technical group, which is actually point number 6. The technical group is saying, okay, you want all this is must, the vital, essential, desirable. He is going to say that this is doable, this is not, this is partially doable. Because technical, sales, front-end, customer-facing organizations are not the people who are working on technology innovation. So it's a team sport, like I said. So you need to have a common understanding. Otherwise, sales people will say that this is what customer want and we have tossed the ball over the wall. Somebody in the technology side will catch it and make it exactly the way we want and throw it back. And technology people are saying that, look, in the budget that you gave me, in the timeline that you gave me, this is not possible, this is doable. So after that understanding is reached, we make what we call as a product requirement documentation. Why this is important? Because there is no blame game afterwards. What customer wanted, what technology can do, there is a common page and sign off so that the sales doesn't blame it on technology that they can't make a product that customer want, and technology cannot blame it on sales that they are not able to sell product on the technical features. So that understanding is very, very crucial. Then we keep going forward, and this is real life examples I told you. We meet customers, we engage with them, we tell them what are the concepts that we are working on. What we call voice of customer. We take their inputs, we take them at face value, and we often say in management, customers have needs. Needs have to be converted into requirements. Requirements have to be fed to technology people. Technology people will make specifications. Customer don't understand specifications. Specifications have to be converted into features and benefits. So there has to be a bridge between market and technology that can convert Greek to Latin, Latin to Greek, so that everybody understands the same way and we can go ahead with the project development. So based on that feedback, we go back, what is the voice of customer, what is the need, what does it mean in terms of requirement, can we actually make it partially, no, question mark. All this analysis is done so that we have a refined concept without any gaps in understanding. But I thought our car will have that feature, not at that price. So all of that. And then you make a holistic approach, you make a product requirement documentation, you empower sales with the sales feature benefit analysis, competitive analysis, and ask them to go to market. The point I'm making here is product development and customer development need to go hand in hand, so that by the time product is ready, there is already a market traction for your technology and innovation. If you don't do customer development, you make a product on your own and then you'll have to sell the product. When it comes to sale, negotiation follow. There is a comparison of bill of material, there is a comparison because he is not involved in how the product has evolved. So this is very important for all of us to understand. And then constantly you are asking yourself a question like I told you. Are you building the right product? That means, is Is it still required by the market and will we still make money? And then you ask a question, are we building the product right? The way world would like to see in terms of mandate, conformances, delivery, availability, life cycle management, spare support and so on. Are we building the right product? Are we building the product right? It is very important to have this verification and validation analysis as a part of product development. And once you have that, you give your salespeople the authority to market. That means once you have sold something to the Tata group, people are saying that, okay, Tatas are buying, which means they have their diligence process. It's a murky client. It's a showcase installation. I must buy. So, for others to buy, you need to choose the murky or benchmark clients very carefully. That's what this does. And then you are classically going through a process of creating all the sales collaterals, marketing collaterals, documentation, road shows, launches, customer meets, talking to a regulator, talking at government forums, talking to ma'am who is making policies that, we have this technology that can be game changer. So you need to actually do a outreach in the marketplace, which is in the name of product promotion. So once you do that, you are able to have successful product. And all this I'm saying with the conviction, because as this slide tells you, this dark green is actually before and this light green is after implementing the stage gate model. So what people are saying that they are substantially able to compress the product development cycles. Let's say Ford said from 42 months to 24 months. General Motors said from 60 to 24 by adopting the best practices of new product development of stage gate model. And how it has worked for them, they had a project team spirit, they had a common language, they had planning and control, technical standards. So I think aviation industry and automobile industry are often regarded as the benchmark industries because failure is not an option there, right? So what are the processes, safety standards, features, benefits, standard operating procedures, 5S, just in time, some of the best practices all have come from automobile and aviation industry. Some of that need to be plowed back to our individual business lines. You could say that that worked there. No, you need to find a way to customize and tailor it to your requirement. That's how the new product development stage gate model success stories is viable. And then, history is full. There are so many examples. Microsoft does it. 3M does it. These are the companies are known as the most innovative companies. And the products that they bring out invariably have market traction. All this is no rocket science. If you look back at the processes, at the timelines they follow, at the teamwork that they follow, the documentation they do, all that gives them the handsome dividends because these companies have existed for hundreds of years. These companies are in Fortune 500. They are known for innovation. They are known for, and some of these are B2B, some of these are B2C. So all this I'm trying to say is not relevant for a sector or an industry. It is cutting across the board. Indeed, there is no silver bullet that you do this, success is guaranteed. You have to be nimble, you have to be agile, you have to be active, you will be able to adapt to the change in environment. So all that is given, but all that is possible if you put your best minds at work to harness that innovation to commercialization. And that success of new product development is only possible using a process-centric approach. People superannuate, people resign, there is a reorganization, all things happen. And if you keep people-centric processes, your investment is in jeopardy. So it is important for us to understand that. So just to conclude, new product development is not a matter of choice. It's a team sport. You need all hands on the deck. You need to have product for the markets. Gone are the days to actually make product and find customers. These are the days to find products that your customers want to buy. I repeat, in the past, we had products and we had to find customers. The new trend is I have customers, we have to make products that our customers want to buy. So it's an outside-in approach, not inside-out approach. Customers' needs is the bedrock of success. Without that, no matter how much investments you make, unlikely that you'll be successful. We talked about process-centric approach, communication clarity. I know I would have overshot time, but thank you very much. It was wonderful having you here. I can't express in words how happy I am today because the very lessons I learned during my doctoral program in this very institute, I was able to apply in my doctorate concept, and new product development was one such case. And here I got opportunity to be in my very institute, sharing the dais with someone we always looked up as a role model, getting felicitated. Thank you very much, sir, for having me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for simplifying and clarifying the sacrosanct catchword innovation for us. Thank you also through your stage gate, exemplifying your stage gate model, how the world around innovation is very volatile in terms of the various socio-economic commercial factors. When the word innovation comes, most of the times we, the people from the Faculty of Commerce and Management feel that this is not our cup of tea. But thankfully, through the risky matrix that you shared with us, I was just reminded of one Sanskrit I'll just recite that Sanskrit saying, Amantram aksharam nasti, nasti moolam anaushadham, ayogyaha purushaha nasti, yojakas tatra durlamaha. It is this yojak role that we, the students of commerce and management, can play, because for innovation, whether it is incremental or whether it is disruptive, for that innovation to be successful, you have to save it from falling into the pit of the valley of death. And it is here that our students can find their niche in the management of that innovation, in trying to do all the branding, advertising, partnership, sponsor finding, inventory management, and all those areas that are their niche areas. You need not have that techno-savvy kind of attitude to always come up with some technological innovation. You could always play the role of that yojaka, which is really durlabh in today's world. Thank you so much for giving us this confidence that we can play a role in the world of innovation. We really couldn't have had a more eminent person who has got PhD both in management and technology to have today's keynote address. We really would like to thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful keynote address that has kick-started our conference on the right note. As we come to the end of this, I would again like to thank Utgikar sir and all the dignitaries present over here to have done this wonderful inaugural and started put the entire conference into the right tone. Now that we take a little bit of break, I would request all the dignitaries to visit that innovation startup exhibition that our students and incubators from BHAU have put up for us. We have a small little break now, but I expect the students to be seated in the main hall. We continue with paper presentation sessions online as well as offline. So those judges of those sessions are requested to take their own roles now. The offline presentation sessions are going to be in room 401, 402 and 404. The sequence of presentations has been shared on the college website. So offline paper presenters are requested to go to their respective venues. As the dignitaries visit the innovation startup exhibition, I request all the other people, the audience in the hall, to be seated. And within a short break, we will start off with the first technical session of today. Thank you so much, everybody. Over here, there is a form for survey of this conference. All of you are supposed to take one form each, fill that form and give at the reception. Please don't forget, you have to take this survey for us. The survey form will be available. The survey form, I believe, has been already distributed among you. Please don't forget to fill up that form and submit it at the registration counter. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon to all present. Welcome to the post-lunch first technical session of International Conference on Nurturing Innovations in an Organization. The speaker of this session is Mr. Mahesh Bankar, accompanied by his colleague Mr. Aditya. Mr. Mahesh Bankar sir is an engineer by profession with a background in mechanical engineering and has completed masters in mechatronics from College of Engineering Pune. He is currently associated with C4I4 Lab and looking after factory assessment and factory automation projects. He is passionate about digital transformation initiatives and Industry 4.0 technologies. We welcome you, sir. On behalf of Maharashtra Education Society, I would like to request our principal, Dr. Vinayak Pawar, sir, and session chair of this session to please felicitate Mr. Mahesh Bankar, sir. Also, I request Dr. Pawar sir to felicitate Mr. Aditya sir. So, without wasting much time, I would like to welcome Mr. Bankar sir and hand over the session to him. I request Dr. Pawar sir to occupy the seats in the front. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon all. We all had a good lunch and so now as our body will digest the food, we'll digest some of the Industry 4.0 concepts. Yeah. So the topic of presentation is leveraging potential of Industry 4.0 in manufacturing sector. So we'll go through industrial revolutions happened till date. Then what is the readiness of India across the globe in Industry 4.0 terms, and what are other countries doing, where they stand. We'll go through that. We'll look at some of the digital transformation strategies C4I4 Lab is having. Then we'll look after what are the challenges currently companies are facing. Then digital lean concept. Then iFactory that we have developed, and then one of the use case from foundry industry in energy consumption monitoring. So we'll look at industrial revolutions. So first industrial revolution happened, and which we call it as mechanization of production. Like this happened with the invention of different mechanisms around 1770s. So different mechanisms got invented, and we have the idea of conversion of one form of energy into another. So steam engine came into picture. Then second industrial revolution happened with mass production and electricity came into picture. around 1870s. Third industrial revolution happened with the invention of transistors and other electronic components, and automation and PLCs came into picture. And now we talk about fourth industrial revolution or industry 4.0. So how many of you know about fourth industrial revolution that is currently taking place? Do you have heard of this concept? So it's about cyber physical systems, and it is more means data analytics oriented, and we are capturing different data from the machines and the sensors. So moreover, it's data center transformation, and it's linking people, processes, different smart systems are there. And then next figure is talking about the readiness of industry 4.0. So this is the matrix, and which this talks about as the legacy. There are 4 different quadrants like legacy, leading countries, high potential countries, and just the countries which are just beginners. So on x-axis you can see we have large and complex structure of production. So what this means? This means that the countries are having large volume of production, and they are manufacturing different components, or different they are targeting different industries. So here we can see the India is at in between legacy and leading quadrant. So I have also kept the leading countries quadrant here, where we can see United States, Germany, Japan, China, other countries are also there. So now India is having potential to transform from legacy countries from this quadrant to transform into the leading quadrant. So for that, so I'll just brief about what C4I4 Lab is doing in Industry 4.0. So when our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji visited Germany, so they have formed Samarth Udyog Technology Forum, and C4I4 Lab is one of the part of that. So we are into Industry 4.0 awareness and helping small and medium scale industries to achieve Industry 4.0 technologies to become global competent. So this is a small video. So here we have set up this is the Prime Minister addressing for India to make aware people about Industry 4.0 and how this will help Indian MSMEs to become leaders in manufacturing sector. So we'll skip this as it is not over. So we have, as we want to move and achieve this, so we have some digital transformation strategy which includes drive. So we do first assessments of the companies, we build roadmap for them, and then we identify some of the projects through that, and then we implement and iterate those as per the requirement of customers, then validate it on their shop floor, and then we excel and expand such solutions across the means we will deploy horizontally into their industry. And this is the digital transformation pyramid, where drive means this strategy will be the base for that work, and on top of that we'll build visible factory. Visible factory means we are capturing data from the different departments, and on top of that, once the data is collected, we are doing analytics on that, so the factories will become vital and then vibrant organizations which are adaptable for any change. So during this transformation, there are few challenges we observed. Challenges such as currently the data is at different locations in factory also. So different people mapping different data, manual logging of data is happening, and they are using different tools to analyze that data. So what needs to be done is we need to collect the data at one place, and no manual intervention should be there at that point of time. And then based on the data collected, we can predict and we can do predictive analysis based on that. So collection of data is first and important. So there are 5 different steps involved. So we need to first set the objective that which data needs to be monitored. Based on that, we need to select the sensors. Then we need to collect the data, then clean it as per the standards, and then analyze it using different tools. And then we need to act on that data so that that data can be helpful for decision making. So here comes the term of digital lean. So in digital transformation area, so firstly the lean production will be the base for your digital transformation journey. And into lean production, there are different manufacturing processes involved, like 5S, Kanban, Kaizen, just in time. Like 5S means we are in our home and in kitchen we have arranged different sections as per our convenience. So sorting is there, and in just in time, as we order food from Zomato and all, so that concept somehow related to just in time production. So this concept, okay concept means fail means there should not be any mistake while assembling the product. So these are few technical concepts that comes under lean production, which will lead your organization for operational excellence. And on top of that, we'll using this industry 4.0 solutions, which involves AI, ML, IoT, AGV stands for automated guided vehicle, data analytics, robotics. These concepts will make factories visible, and then finally we'll be reaching to digital factory. So this is the Smart 50 tool that we have developed at our initial stage. We have visited multiple factories, OEM, small scale industries, and then understanding their pain areas, we have built this Smart 50 idea wall or solution where 50 different use cases are there, which involves departments like customer experience, product design, supply chain management, and under each department we have different use cases. So using these use cases, we have built iFactory at our setup, which is at Pune University campus. So that is about how visible factory will be looking like. So these are some of the use cases. Now these will be explained by my colleague Aditya.
So thank you so much, Mahesh. So now we'll take a look at some of the use cases and solutions that C4I4 has built and provided for various industries. So the first one is the AGV milk run process. So how many of you are aware about the milk run process? It's okay, I'll give you a brief about it. So milk run process is the name given for the process that replicates a general idea in which how a milkman collects and delivers a milk. So this is like a delivery method in which it replicates like a milkman collects milk from different locations and delivers it to a central source dairy, as well as it collects milk from a dairy and delivers it to the various locations like people to which the milk is provided. So it has like different location, one source, and again one source to different location. So this is like the same process can be followed in a supply chain and logistics, as well as material and inventory management. So where the AGVs are used in various industries. So AGV stands for the automated guided vehicles. So the material from warehouse is brought to the assembly stations, and again the material from assembly station is again sent to the warehouse locations. So for that, many industries are using this automated technologies like AGVs and AMRs, and for that tracking they require various digital solutions. So like here you can see some of the graphs like milk run overview graph where you can see loading time, unloading time, total idle time. So all the performance of the operators that can be monitored digitally, and you can also create some dashboards and graphs. So here are some of the snippets from the dashboards that we have created. And again here you can see there are different shift-wise analysis where you can know what is the time that is required for a shift for different trips, etc. So all in all, this is a digital monitoring of the different parameters of a warehouse operator. So second is the integrated warehouse management. So as we know, warehouse management has been targeted by various industries. So the first one that we have created is the smart picking application. So if the warehouse is very big or if the warehouse operator is appointed as a new operator, it becomes difficult for him to keep track of where he has to keep the part, from where he has to pick the parts, or in which the sequence he has to go through. So for that we have created a simple solution of smart picking. So you can see different red and green lights which are indicating that the red lights are indicating the parts or the locations from which the operator has to pick the parts. He has to pick the part, scan a QR code, or there are different technologies like RFIDs, weight-based sensors, proximity sensors, etc. And once the trigger is given, the red light will turn to green, indicating that he has completed the operation. So by this method, he can know what he has completed, what parts he has to pick further. The proper sequence of pick to light and put to light can enhance the operation time and further enhance the efficiency of the operator. Then second one is the e-Kanban. So e-Kanban stands for the electronic Kanban, which is used for real-time inventory management. So as we know, during assembly operations, we require various inventories that are used for the actual assembly or the manufacturing. And there are product delays and product latencies because the inventory is not available on the assembly line or the warehouse operator is not performing efficiently. So for that, the e-Kanban softwares are used where the current material inventory on the assembly line and in the warehouse is shown to that concerned person. So he can just observe the current inventory status and he can refill those inventories accordingly. So there are e-Kanban solutions, like here you can see the material capacity graph, the pie charts for the material inventory status, etc. So the third and the last one is the digital twin and the heat map solutions. So this is like a 2D simple digital twin. So this represents a digitally what a typical warehouse looks like. So this is the warehouse setup that we have created at C4I4, where we have different racks and different pallets from where we are keeping and placing those materials, etc. So here you can also see a heat map. So what this is representing is that we use different technologies like Bluetooth technologies or Wi-Fi technologies, so by which we can track the operator traffic and the operator flow. So this is showing that the red color area is indicating this is the highest visited area by the operator, and blue is showing that it is comparatively less visited area. So by this you can know operator is mostly traveling in this area. So this pallet or this rack is being used more. So by this data we can take those racks or pallets and place it closer to the assembly line, so that the overall time by which the operator picks and places the part reduces. And let's consider if after an year or so the material on the assembly line changes. So this area will shift towards right or toward left based on the material area, and then you can reorganize the warehouse accordingly. So this is how e-Kanban softwares and these heat map technologies can be used to help the industries. And at C4I4 we develop, along with some of the partners, we develop these solutions and provide it to medium and small scale industries. So next one is the data analytics part, which is one of the most important point to be considered as far as Industry 4.0 is to be taken place. So as far as we believe, there is a four-step process for data. So the first one is data collection. So data must be collected from various sources. The data must include process data, production data, machine data, and quality data. So all this data is collected by use of technologies like Industrial Internet of Things, as we are all aware that we have IoT devices like our smartphones, smartwatches, etc. And similar technologies are used in industries to collect various data. So first one is data collection. Second one is storage of that data. So all that data can be stored on a local server or a cloud server. And again, technologies like cloud computing and big data can be used to store that data. Third one is the data processing. So here the technologies like machine learning and artificial intelligence, which are really booming in this decade, that can be used to analyze that data and to get insights from that data. And the last one is, and the most important, is using that data to optimize the processes or the machines or the systems from which the data is collected. So this is the most important step, and this is the step where the real benefit of Industry 4.0 can be observed. And all of these are connected to a single source ERP software or MES software. So ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning, and MES will be the manufacturing execution softwares. So all this data is collected to those softwares from which it can be centrally monitored. So the last one is the iFactory. So iFactory is the term that we have created. So we have built a small factory or a smart digital factory, which picture which is provided over here. So this might look like an ideal factory, but unless we have a vision of an ideal factory, we cannot reach to that level. So for that, we are trying to use those software. So these are some of the software screenshots that we have pasted over here. And these are the solutions that we build at C4I4. So we have this smart factory where we have different departments, and the objective of this factory is to create interactive and participatory environment for all the people and the visitors who come to that facility. And we try to recreate industrial environment on a small scale. So we have different departments like sales, production management, production planning, warehouse, assembly line, and we actually assemble some of the products on these assembly lines. So we have a hands-on training program where you get to learn this technology and implement those technologies in those programs. And then again, here are some of the dashboards like warehouse management dashboard, production planning dashboard, quality dashboards, etc. So all these solutions we have created for spreading the awareness about Industry 4.0. So now further, I again invite Mahesh to explain you about the energy management systems. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Aditya. So next, coming to energy consumption monitoring solution. So we started working with some of the foundries and in Kolhapur region. So why foundries specifically? Because foundry, what we observed is very raw industry till now and very energy intensive industry. And so to work in sustainability area, first we need to monitor whatever energy is being consumed and how we can then use renewable energies in place of our traditional energy sources. So that's why we decided to work with foundries, and so we visited multiple foundries, understand their pain areas. So one of the pain area is they are having a lot of energy being consumed in their foundry processes. So foundries itself is an energy intensive sector where as you can see in overall process, water is there. The melting itself is consuming 55% of total energy. Then we have identified multiple energy guzzlers. The compressors are also one of them. Based on their inputs and understanding their pain areas, we started working with one foundry where at every shift each operator needs to be manually logged whatever energy consumption units are there, and then he logs that data manually into one diary. So there is many manipulation happening. So what we propose them, we will be having one IoT based solution where you can directly fetch the data of your machines through smart energy meters. And the other diagram is indicating that in India still we are using around 13% more energy in such processes compared to international standards. So our focus here is to save energy. First, for saving, we need to first monitor the energy, and then in second phase, now we are working with the companies to how we can give them a better solution. What are the points or what are the areas where we can save the energy. So this is our approach for energy consumption monitoring, which we call it as SMART. So first we need to set objective for this project. Then we will be mapping your power supply network through the factory across the factories. What are the energy consumption departments? What are your machines are there? Then we access the data. Then we integrate and visualize the data first, and then we test and validate and deploy the solution. So this is the approach for energy monitoring. This is the framework where data acquisition layer, as in previous slides we have seen how to acquire the data. So data acquisition layer is there. So we have installed 10 smart energy meters at different machines, and then through the smart meters the data is coming to Ethernet switch, and then with our softwares and which we call application layers, we have monitoring center at one place. And these are the final results, and the solution is looking like. So we have energy dashboards where we have kWh, kVh parameters monitoring, power factor monitoring, current, then bar graphs based on the region or zone wise energy consumptions. So these are all more data and then data analysis oriented solution. So this is one of the use case. Likewise, we have implemented multiple use cases, as Aditya explained, smart warehouse use case to one of the our factory. Yes, so as I know, there are many people from management and commerce background. So how we mostly talked about technical aspects of this industry 4.0, but the challenges we faced while dealing with management team and all. So leadership is at most important at the industry level to start industry 4.0 initiatives. What we observe. So what the takeaway from these slides, moreover, a technical takeaway you can take, but from management perspective, you can think of knowing such technologies and how organizations can be benefited by these technologies, as the leadership vision is most important in this era of manufacturing. As in morning session sir explained about how Sony and Xerox and other multiple examples are there, they got failed. Nokia is also there. So we need to adopt these technologies, as our prime minister's vision is to have and to make India a better place to live first, and make India third ranked GDP all across the globe. So from that perspective, definitely you can think. Thank you for patiently listening to us. Thank you, sir. Any questions you have?
Actually, ma'am, we assess the organizations based on the digital maturity. So,
Yes. So the question was, do you, yeah. So do we monitor CO2 emissions? We are mostly into assessing the companies based on digital maturity. We assess IT and OT maturity levels of the organizations. But definitely on safety part and CO2 emissions and energy auditing perspective, we have mentors and consultants with us, which do this part, and C4I4 mostly into digital maturity assessment. Yes.
in the West, they are already talking of 5.0. India missed the first industrial revolution. Second, third, we are late in 4.0. Why can't we directly go to 5.0?
Yes, absolutely, sir. But as we have an example of Geo, which directly transformed to 4G networks, and after that, we all know what is the data rates and all. So that is one step of getting this India as a digital country. But industrial revolutions are not like that, because to implement fourth industrial revolution, as I showed in the presentation, the digital link this concept stands based on the your lean practices in your organization. So firstly, we need to have industry 3.0, which talks about the automation in your factory and the lean concepts in in your organization, because whatever data is coming industry 4.0, we analyze the data, but that data whatever is coming, that needs to be correct, because if garbage is in, then garbage must be out. So that is the concept. So we need to move step by step, and that's why as fast we'll be adopting industry 4.0, we are surely will be the leaders in 5.0 also.
So I would like to add one more point. Absolutely good question, sir. But if we try to move directly to Industry 5.0, there will be a huge cost involved in that. So first, we should have a basic framework of Industry 4.0 on which the 5.0 platform can be built. So that is one of the reasons why India is still reluctant of directly moving to 5.0.
5.0 talks of localized, customized manufacture instead of centralized manufacturing, which 4.2 talks. In that case, it is a totally different story, and it is going back to the Gandhian principle of manufacturing villages. There is a central modium where the design and everything is there, it is fed, and customized shoe is made in the village, not by Bata and bought in the shop. That is the 5.0 concept, as I understand. So it is much familiar to us. It is in principle with Gandhian principle, and we should be world leader or at least on par, rather than always telling.
Yes, sure, sir. We also look into that, and as I think mass customization we need to do on that field. So surely.
So just one question from my side. But first of all, both of you, thank you very much. Very good insights given so today. Just a simple question. You explained the process about the sensors and the collection of the data, right? And the data will be analyzed. Decision making is will be done. A simple question. Now we all know that the generative AI, it's a very famous topic all across the world now. So have you started integrating the generative AI within this i4 now? If yes, then which kind of a platform which you are using?
As far as production and manufacturing is considered, generative AI is not that much integrated. But in design part and design testing and validation part, for sure, generative AI is being used. So like for innovative designs, for engine parts, aerodynamic parts, automobile testing, in such fields, generative AI is being used. But yes, as far as the production and manufacture is concerned, we are still to reach that level.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, to give closing remarks for this session, I would like to call upon our Vice Principal, Dr. Vinay Pawar, sir.
Thank you, Aditya sir and Mahesh Bankar sir, for such a wonderful lecture. So basically, C4 and I4 is working to create awareness about innovation among the students and budding entrepreneurs, as well as Industry 4.0 is nothing but the automation of industry, which is very much important for today's era. We all of you know that innovation is nothing but the innovative production process, which will helpful to reduce production cost, as well as which will helpful to increase the total sale of that particular products. And Industry 4.0 is working for that. Actually, as per the data, first time India achieved first 50 innovative country in the world. In the year 2015, the rank of India in innovation, it was 85. But first time the rank of India is 40. Means first time India become a first 50 innovative country in the world, and therefore we all of you know that industrial development and economic development goes in hand in hand. As per the report of RBI, Reserve Bank of India, the growth rate of Indian economy is 7.6%, which is quite higher than the all countries in the world, and therefore industrial revaluation and innovation helpful in entire process. So thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As we have come to an end of technical session, I would like to thank the speaker of the session, Mr. Mahesh Bankar and Mr. Aditya sir. I would also like to thank the session chair of this session, Dr. Vinayak Pawar sir, who is the vice principal of MES Garware College of Commerce. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. We will be starting with the next session in few minutes.
Yes. Yeah, start now here from that. You can see it. Okay, just check the background. Yeah.
वेळ आहे का अजून नाही रेकॉर्डिंग चालू कर ठेवू का बंद करू आता मग चालू असू हां ठीक स्क्रीनवर हॅलो स्क्रीन ठीक आहे
Hello, the next session is starting in a few minutes, but I just want to add to the earlier question of sir about why not leapfrog 5.0 straight away. Sir, in the manufacturing sector, the learning curve is a bit longer, and it is always better to follow all the steps before we go to the next steps. So it is not advisable to leapfrog. We did for Euro 6.0 or Bharat 6.0 from Bharat 4.0. That was successful because we had all the preparations ready during those periods. But in manufacturing, it takes time, and you need to invest, and you need to have a learning, the training. So it is better to follow the steps rather than leapfrog. So I just wanted to add from my side. Thank you.
I'll send my paper to you. Please.
You can hear me?
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start with the technical session 2 for the afternoon. We have with us Mr. René Bartel, who is joining us from Austria. We welcome you on behalf of Maharashtra Education Society, sir. Now, to give his brief introduction, I would like to call upon Professor in Practice for BBA Design and Innovation, who has more than 30 years of experience in industry, and sir is also a COEP alumni, Mr. Ram Deshpande, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you all. So I'm sure you are not going into another nap, or I'm sure you had never had a nap today at least. So जर झोप येत असेल तर थोडे उभं राहा, डोळे चोळा. Make sure that you are alive, right? So it gives me a great pleasure to introduce my friend René Bartel. I think a lot of things have been already written. Not all of them, I'm sure, because I'm currently working with him for my Make in India initiative. René is basically has different verticals within a single person. Like, he's a software trained person, but has studied psychology, and he implements psychology, and also he's a business coach. Additionally, he is trained in electronics, but if you can't call him only electronics engineer or software engineer, he is discussing core mechanical concepts also with me. So he's very much into different engineering streams. Mainly, he is handling procurement and in charge of quality. Now, these two are opposing functions. Those who have worked in the industry would know this. जो purchase कर रहा है वही quality देख रहा है. It's not easy. But that work he's handling, and is a wonderful person. He's a father of 2 sons, and his wife works in HR, and he's from Austria, a country 9 million people. फक्त 90 लाख लोग हैं. So let us hear it. The organization is MIBA, which is a leading company in Europe or world over in the area of innovation in different verticals. So over to you, René. A warm welcome, and I'm so happy to listen to you now. Over to you.
Okay, you can hear me? Thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon to India. Here in Austria, we have roughly midtime. And thank you for the introduction, Ram. You can see the presentation. Okay. It says that I cannot share the screen. You have deactivated it. Okay, now? Okay. All right. So let's start. Today I want to give you an insight on innovation, what it is, and on different perspectives. As Ram mentioned, I have a background technical-wise, but also in management, in psychology, and others. So from my point of view, it's very important to have a view on the organization as itself, as its processes, but also on the humans who are working in and with this company. In regards to the organization, it's always very important to have an eye on the interested parties, nowadays also called stakeholders, because innovation is a driver for a lot of different topics. If we look at the group of owners and investors, they're keen to have a competitive company. It's also very important in terms of the value of the company. The higher the innovation rate, the higher the value of companies. And nevertheless, advertising and media is nowadays in social or in traditional media very important to get the company represented. A group of people which is not always in the focus, that's government and public administration. But those are very interested in innovative companies because they are proud of companies which are competitive. And in a lot of countries and regions, funding and rewards for innovation is major. So innovation development costs a lot of money, and you can get back money from government and from public administration. And this is very, very important for most of the companies we in Europe faced it. Also, employment rates with innovative companies is mostly higher. So those are some topics where government and public administration has strong interest in innovative companies. The last group I want to mention that are the employees. Everybody is proud of working in a company which is innovative. It gives attractiveness to the company, and it also gives the opportunity to bring new people to the companies with a variety of job opportunities. They are more future-proof, and also in terms of environment protection, CO2 reduction, which is nowadays a major topic. Innovation can help to meet targets to reduce CO2 emissions. In terms of fields of innovation, I want to point out 3 different areas. That's on the one hand, the product as itself, the production of the products, but nevertheless, business operations and administration. This is an area which sometimes falls short because we focus too much on technological innovations and forget processes and tools. So my message to you on that, not every innovation is or has to be technical. There are a lot of others which can help to improve a company's performance. Now I give you an example how we deal in our company with research and development and innovation. You see on the right hand here, you can see a funnel model. We use this model for a lot of years, which shows that front up, you have to generate a lot of ideas, a lot of information in order to get a decent amount of innovation or of sellable innovation in the process. Just to give you a figure, and I will come back on that later, a rough figure which comes from the literature and also from companies, roughly 90% of innovations fail. So only 10 come to market. We do it that way, that we start with research on existing information. We get this information from sales, from the market. We align it with our strategy and vision and management information. So on top, we have this kind of big information hub. And then we take this and try to generate additionally new ideas in our organization via different methods like brainstorming, design thinking, brainwriting, in order to get good ideas out of our people. The next step in our process is to refine these informations. In the beginning, they have to be really rough information, rough ideas. And in these steps, we bring them more precisely. We analyze them, we verify them in order to be sure that the beginning is let's be a new product, let's be an improved process, that it's fit for function, what we need. Our last step is that we verify the results. That can be technically with a prototype or with some testing or analysis to be sure that the novelty, that the idea is a real innovation. And we say innovation is a good idea which by the end helps to improve the company's performance, helps to earn money. Last but not least, protect improvement ideas. If you're good in developing, you always have to look for your patents, for your ideas, that you use it in the right way and you protect it in the right way. Because that's the only way how you be sure that you can use at least for some years this benefit against your competition. To make this all happen, we have set up guidelines to focus on the different steps, which are not very difficult. They're just gatekeeper descriptions, and this helps us to go from research on existing information to protect improvement idea to make innovation happen. This is more the technical part in our company. Beside that, I lined out before business and administration, where you also can do a lot of kind of innovation. This we call continuous improvement process. On the right hand, you can see a folder we use internally where we do advertising for this continuous improvement process. It's in German, so it looks a bit different, but it says that all our employees can put in new improvement ideas on processes, on tools. They can also push them by themselves, so they can integrate it with the people who work with that. And we call it they should strive for results. And not only that, they can be in the driver's seat, they also get a reward when this is successfully integrated. And here my key message is, do not underestimate the internal potential for innovation. You have small companies, big companies, and the people working in the company They have so much knowledge about your processes, about your tools, and so much potential to improve them. Never underestimate it. In order to favor innovation, there are a lot of different topics, but from my point of view, there are 4 general ones which make the rest of it happen. First of all, it comes from the leaders to act as a role model. There has to be support from the management, from the owners, from everybody, and also the will to take risks and to learn from mistakes. This comes with open communication, sharing ideas, allowing ideas even in the first time they are sounding a little bit crazy or from different point of view. But it is a major thing that everybody can freely communicate and exchange information without judgment. To bring ideas to a next level, they always have to be discussed. And the more diverse a team is, the more different backgrounds a team has, the better the discussion is, the more input comes, and the creativity is better. So diversity and inclusion is another topic which favors innovation. Last but not least, embracing failure. Mistakes should always be taken as a learning opportunity. And it's also important to encourage people to take risks and to learn if something fails. We have a saying in MIBA which says, fail fast forward. So it's okay to fail, but then analyze why you failed and develop further. My key message is for everybody, do not judge in the beginning, be open, take discussions, be open in communication. Yeah, I saw it so many times in the organization that mistake ended up in a good innovation. So you never know what it is by the end. My next perspective and focus is on the humans. There I want to present to you a behavioral model which is called DISC. Maybe some of you already heard about it. It was invented in the last century by William Marston. It describes behavior. And it's not the way that one person has just one behavior, but one person has a dominant behavior. And this can be, on the one hand, dominant, it can be influencing, it then can be cautious, and it can be steady. And this has direct connection when you work in a team. If you would, for example, have only dominant behavior in an innovative team, then you will end up with a lot of drive, a lot of way forward, but the analytics, the details, and the result at the end will not be as good as if you try to have set up a team where all of these behaviors is inside. I will guide you now through to the different types. The dominant type is driving assertive, ambitious behavior, seeking for new challenges, taking decisions, focusing on results. So that's some of managers are those people. You need those to push forward, but in the same way, you need the next one, the cautious one, behavior, because he's analytical, detail-oriented, and systematic, likes to analyze things, likes to develop plans and strategies. And also, this person ensures that the quality of the innovation is on the standard you need. So in general, I can already say before we go to the next two behaviors, it takes everyone to get the best out of the team. The third one is the influencing behavior. It's a very enthusiastic and networking behavior. So this person, it's easy to get in touch with other people, to generate creative ideas, to inspire, to motivate. So that's the talkative, those are talkative persons. The next and the last one is the steady. The steady is a dependable, patient, and consistent behavior. Those people try to make sure that the ideas are well discussed and sustainable. They adapt at a slower pace, but when they adapt, it's really tested and analyzed. It's also very important for them to have harmony within the team and the balance. So those behaviors are very important to keep all the people on board when it comes to discussions, when the discussions are a bit harder. So if you are in a team, try to find out who has what behavior, and if you miss one behavior, maybe you can bring a person in who has this kind of behavior which you miss. If you have all 4 elements within this team, then for sure you will be more innovative. The next item I want to focus with you on is that innovation is change. And change is not for every person recommended, or it's not for every person well digested. When change happens, it sometimes, or for some persons often, starts with a shock, with a surprise. There's something new. I do not know how to handle that. For example, I have put here on the right hand, the leader of the department comes to you and says, okay, we have a new software and we're going to use that. Shock. You do not know how to handle this new software, what are the benefits, what are the downsides. That can happen for everybody, and it goes to the next phase, which is denial. So you do not think, will this software really come? Maybe I have the opportunity to use the old software still, which follows up by frustration, because you find out, no, this software is the new software and the old one cannot be used anymore, and your mood is going down. The mood is going down to depression. This is the saddest moment in the change curve, because there is no focus more on facts. It's just a mood. It's very important to get persons who are in this situation out of the mood and bring them in the next phase, is more experimental phase, where the persons try, for example, the new software and find out it's not that bad. It's really good to use. And the more time goes and things advance, the person maybe finds out the software is cool and has beneficial functions. And within this phase, it's very important to share knowledge, to let other people know that there is a good thing inside the software. Before we come to the last phase, which is more integration phase, where everybody is used to the new software and even knows now that the new software can be more efficient. When we run it through a second time, what can you do if you face such a situation? It's with the color code. In the denial phase, you should create alignment. Communication, open communication is key in that phase. try to put the truth on the table, tell the people the truth, what will happen, what will be the next steps. You even have to communicate more also on a personal level when it comes to the next situation where frustration happens. You have to maybe need one-on-one talks with the people who are in this situation, especially if they go further in the depression. That you really have to try to motivate those people and try to motivate them to get in the experiment, to the experiment phase. As soon as you have them in the experiment phase, you can develop with them together, and last but not least, share the knowledge to get everybody in the integration phase. And then you are through this change curve, and please see resistance as an opportunity. Never take it personal, because it's not the person who is maybe in the depression situation at the moment. It's not about the person, it's about the situation. So always resistance is an opportunity. And famous saying, Steve Ballmer, maybe some of you know them, there's no chance that the iPhone is going to get any significant market share, no chance, said Steve Ballmer, 2007, Microsoft CEO. And I think everybody knows a world without the iPhone would be a completely different one. So sometimes even the brightest people are wrong. So everybody of us is wrong sometimes. Also, I'm wrong from time to time. You need to discuss it. You need to take the way forward and do it in an open way. And then you will get innovation from yourself, from your colleagues, and also from your teams. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
So if there are any questions, I have a mic. If Rene cannot hear us, I can speak it aloud here. So any questions? Sir, any question? Rene, I have a question. I think overall the presentation and the approach what you shared here is wonderful. Not a single technical jargon it contained. It was really the approach, whether you are in engineering, business administration, or any field for that matter. So what is important?
Sorry to interrupt. The quality of the audio is not that good, so I cannot understand the question.
Okay, sorry. Maybe how do I put a question then? Huh? Now, can you hear me? Am I better now?
The person who was talking with me before, there was the quality perfect.
When I spoke here, that also Rene, could you stop your presentation now so that perhaps then I'm audible to you?
I stop my presentation.
Now, can you hear me? Is it clearer now? Am I audible now? Still not?
The audio quality is not better, but try it.
I mean, more than question, I have a comment to make that without technical jargon, you could really explain how the innovation can be taken in an organization, and it was wonderful. Definitely inspiring to all of us here. I have only a small question. When you say funneling, you start with funneling, and then definitely the real effort is taken on the final ideas. So, do you have any set of criteria to decide which are the brainstorm ideas to be taken to next level? I mean, how that is it person dependent, or you have some set procedure for that, where or you have some weightage of both? So could you explain a little bit on that?
Sorry, there have been different voices in my headphones, so I didn't hear the question. Sorry for that, but if you can write it in the chat or whatever, I will answer it. But it's hard to understand.
It's okay. I think I'll give you one try from the monitor. Otherwise, we could conclude. Just a minute.
मध्ये आवाज येत नाही एवढं आलंच नाही आला की मग एवढं 2-3 वेळा चेक करता होता येत नाही तिकडे त्यांनी काय ते विषय येतोय ना बाकी ना बघा इथला डिटेक्ट करतोय हा ते माहिती येतोय बघ ना त्याला फिरवतो
Can you hear me now, Rene?
Yeah, it's a bit better.
Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for this presentation. Without referring to technical jargons, you could reach us and really share us how the innovation process could take place in an organization. I had a question. When you are funneling about, suppose I have got tens of ideas, then you are funneling to say 3-4, and then finally to maybe 1 or 2, and then put your effort and money on that to see that you go to the next level. So in this decision making process, there are 2 aspects, I believe. One is manual and one is some kind of process parameters or some kind of parameters. I'm not sure. So could you explain how that decision making take place to the next level?
Yep. Now I understood the question. Good. So first of all, you're completely right. We follow this kind of a funnel, and we have also KPIs for that. So we try to start with, for our situation, with roughly 15 innovative ideas a year.
Okay.
And at the bottom, we try to have 1 to 2 patents. So that means 15 to 1 to 2. How we achieve that? Documentation is a key factor. So as soon as we have closed the very creative session, we go to it in a more structured way. So in the beginning, we keep it open, not too much structure, creative sessions. Then we go to the documentation. In the documentation phase, we try to describe as clear as possible in order to also judge then if the innovative idea can be one of that which ends up by the end of the funnel. That means it's one of the 1 or 2 which end up. So you have seen the funnel has lines in it, and all these lines are quality gates. That means we have a review with the management team at these lines. Those are 3 or 4, and the details become more and more with each review. So the process which is behind is that we have this management team, which is challenging the ideas now and then. I think the whole process in general takes 3 to 9 months, depending on the ideas. And we have these meetings every 2 months, we can say. And here we have an open discussion, and we document the results out of this meeting and out of this quality gate in a detailed way. So we then have a project plan and the scheduling to make it happen, because otherwise you miss details. And in this phase, documentation is key from our point of view.
Okay, I think that's quite explanatory, and I understand there are review meetings, and normally 3 months to 9 months is what you are looking at to arrive at the shortlisting process of the ideas. So, and I think normally the details are important at that stage. So I completely understand, and thanks for giving the inputs on my doubt. Thank you so much. So before we conclude, or I request my colleague to take over, are there any questions, or should we go to the next now? Any question? Okay. So Rene, just a minute. I'll hand it over to my colleague.
Thank you, sir. Now the session chair of the session is Dr. Archana Joshi ma'am. I would like to call upon her to give the closing remark.
Thank you, Ruki. Hello, Mr. Batal. It was wonderful to have Mr. Rene Batal to talk about innovation from really different perspectives to us. His idea of innovation in an organization also encompassed not only the organizational side, but the human angle to it. Evidently, he being an interdisciplinary innovator with engineering background, with psychology background and all that, it's heartening to see that the human angle is taken into consideration. One of the most appealing thing in this presentation that I felt was those small little catchphrases which tend to stick to your memory, that not every innovation is purely technical and that not every innovation is going to succeed. Rather, 90% of the innovations are bound to fail. But then embracing the failures and learning from them, that is what is important. And while doing all this, because an organization is made up of human beings, and every person in the team, whether the person is dominant, influencing, cautious, steady, it is rather all these different kinds of personality that come together and then come up with innovative ideas. Naturally, the funnel model will have lots of ideas at the beginning. We go on improving upon the ideas, filtering, sifting the ones that do not fit into the scheme of things, go on defining them, verifying them, and most important thing is protecting them through IPR. So once this is done, once everybody seems to be convinced about the validity of those ideas, those innovations could be really implemented. That is then bound to bring improvement in the organization. And most heartening thing that we learn is even bright people go wrong. If Microsoft CEO could be wrong about iPhone, well, if somebody says your innovation is not good enough, it should be taken as a challenge to prove that it is good enough and it is going to conquer the world. Thank you, Rene, so much for bringing about both these aspects of the organizational side as well as the human side, the flesh and blood people working in the organization, and together this kind of innovation is definitely going to be the long-lasting innovation. Thank you so much for coming here with us and getting in touch with us online. You have certainly added a different flavor to the conference on innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we are concluding the session 2, I would like to thank Mr. Rene Batal for joining us, and we are really honored to have you, sir. I would also like to thank the session chair for this session, Dr. Archana Joshi ma'am, and I would also like to thank Mr. Ram Deshpande sir for joining us in this session. Thank you so much. We are going to start the session number 3 in some time, so I request all the attendees to be seated in the auditorium. Thank you.
It is a lifeblood of progress and a driving force behind societal evolution. Innovation capability is a firm's ability to generate, accept, and implement new ideas, processes, products, and services. It is one of the key resources that drive a firm's success in the marketplace. As we reflect on the last two sessions, filled with enriching discussions and valuable connection, let us carry forward the knowledge gained and continue to foster the journey of innovation. It is indeed an honor to have amongst us Mr. Sachin Chawak as a guest speaker and Dr. Bharat Vankate as the chairperson for this session. I welcome both of you for this session. Let me briefly introduce you to Mr. Sachin Chawak, sir. Mr. Sachin Chawak has 29 years of experience in the information technology industry across various sectors, including manufacturing and automotive, and has successfully led multicultural large-scale teams. He is an accomplished delivery and innovation leader who strongly believes in the power of human behavior such as curiosity, customer centricity, and collaboration to drive exceptional results for client business, own organization, and employees. He helps organizations to build a systematic innovation capability. His expertise lies in the areas like sector delivery leadership, portfolio management and governance, cultural transformation, and innovation leadership. He is passionate about delivering exceptional results for clients, cultivating a culture of innovation, and delivering customer-centric solutions. By combining the best business practices with innovative thinking, he strives to create tangible value for clients' business. We are extremely delighted to have you here as a guest speaker for this conference, sir. We also have Dr. Bharat Vankate as a chairperson for this session. Dr. Vankate has 25 plus years of rich teaching experience at undergraduate and postgraduate levels in the Faculty of Commerce. He is head of PhD Research Center in the Faculty of Commerce. Sir has authored several books and presented numerous research papers at various national and international seminars and conferences. He is a member of Life Member Board of Maharashtra Education Society. Now, I request Dr. Bharat Vankate, sir, to felicitate the guest speaker of today's session, Mr. Sachin Chawak. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Mr. Sachin Chawak, sir, to enlighten the audience, and I request Dr. Vankate, sir, to kindly occupy the seat in the auditorium.
खाली बस ना अक्कल
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much.
So my request, one quick request is if the back benches, if we can occupy these places, that would be better because I don't see you there. Yeah, please. Can you come quickly and then occupy places here, please? Hello? All are settled down, I believe so. All right, so I think I can start, right? Or let's start. Okay. So first of all honorable dignitaries and complete group of MES, I'm very much thank you so much for giving me this opportunity here to come in front of you and even speaking to you, talking to you. Yeah, it's really definitely a very good moment for me at the moment. Yeah, so thank you so much. And my introduction is already given. And additionally, one more introduction about me is I'm also part of MES family. I'm pursuing my PhD and my guide, Dr. Bhalerao sir. In fact, my topic of research is also on the nurturing innovations, which is the theme of today's international conference. So it is really happy to see all of you here, and please bear with me, and we will spend good time out here. Yeah. So, all right. Today's topic is about building a systematic innovation capability. Yeah. Since morning we are talking about innovation much, definitions of innovation. We heard a lot of about topics about innovation, culture, various processes. We will see how actually can we build this capability as such, and how can we make it happen. Yeah. So my point of view to come in front of you is not giving just an theoretical knowledge or sharing a knowledge with you, but based on my experience, which I'm sharing with you, and whatever the experience which I have since last 29 years working with a lot of clients. I served around 50 clients across the globe and around 500 plus across globe the team. So working with the clients and the teams and the customer have definitely different sort of experiences. And I wanted to give you definitely a summary of my experience today. Yeah? So definitely it will be very helpful for you, I believe so. We will start with quote, culture eats strategy for breakfast. Yeah. So Peter Drucker. So we'll quickly move on. My introduction is already done. Then we will see why we are talking here about innovation capability. Yeah. We'll go about what is an impact of lack of systematic innovation capability in the organization. If you don't do that, what will be the impact of it? Yeah, we will see. And what I'm offering to you today, yeah, so I'll be definitely, as I said, I'll be sharing my experience and I'll be giving you a straightaway ready-made package to you that definitely you can take it up to your organization. Maybe it's an educational organization, any domestic organization, any SMEs, or any global organization. It works well. Yeah. I'll be showing you what is the systematic innovation capability. We talked about systematic innovation capability, what exactly it means. We'll go through, and then left-hand side, if you see here, I will be setting up some context and approaches here. Right-hand side will be completely packaged, as I said. Yes, I'll be offering you a package completely. How we have setting up completely experience-based innovation strategy first of all. How we have set up the innovation system and how we have set up the innovation culture. All three topics are extremely critical from the standpoint of the systematic innovation capability, and then we will see what we have achieved. So I'm basically from Mumbai and I belong to a part of the Atos family, which my company name is Evident. Yeah, in which I have started doing this, experimenting this with customers, my team, and my organization, and this has now become a role model. Yeah, so it is very working well, and quickly I will be taking up why innovation capability. Right, innovation is a part of almost every company's vision and mission statement. As you must have seen that since beginning, since morning, everyone is talking about innovation. Innovation is a part of our life now. It's not just an organization. Everywhere you can see innovation, right? Innovation capability comprises of three key components. Yeah. First is about innovation strategy. Second one is about innovation system. And third one is about innovation culture. Yeah. Many companies have invested in innovation heavily in all the initiatives. They have different initiatives. Let's take my example of my company and other companies like IT companies or any sort of companies with any respective sectors of the companies. They are heavily investing currently in innovation. So they are deploying a lot of resources, a lot of employees. They are deploying into the lot of tools they are purchasing. They are having a lot of technologies they are purchasing. You must have heard generative-based, AI-based technologies like Microsoft and Google technologies. They have multiple platforms. It's very expensive, right? So they are purchasing they are investing heavily in all initiatives. These initiatives starts with great energy and excitement. Yeah. However, it loses momentum over the time. So I wanted to make your attention here, please. So these initiatives are very expensive, as I said. Organizations are heavily investing in all these initiatives. They start with great energy and excitement. However, maybe over the time, 1 year or 2 years, all this momentum is getting lost. Due to which, what is the impact of it? The impact is eventually such initiatives fails. Yeah, and have little return of investment or no return of investment. And you just look at it, if any organization, a professional organization, investing heavily in such initiatives, yeah, and they are failing and then no returns of investment. So research says that many companies have failed due to lack of systematic innovation capability approach. Exactly, and that's the reason we are talking about here innovation. It's very sensitive and important topic globally. What is an impact of lack of systematic innovation capabilities? As we said that there are three pillars particularly. I will go one by one. I have little animation in the slides so that you can focus what I'm talking about. Not a complete slide at one side. Yeah. So innovation strategy. We all know that Blockbuster, right? Blockbuster earlier, the leading video rental company, yeah, chain, but they never had an innovation strategy. In fact. So then eventually the video streaming and online streaming started, but they lose actually how to strategize with the market strategy, and they lose the momentum. So they failed ultimately, the Blockbuster, which is very classic failure case. Nokia, we all know that Nokia was sometime back a leader in mobile companies and handset, but what happened with Nokia? We all know that a lot of Chinese branded companies have also started Android with the touch screens and all. They never changed the strategy, right? So that's the reason they have failed completely. Now, what are the failures which we have? Innovation system. So innovation system, lack of innovation system. If you take an example of Xerox and Compaq as a personal competing companies, they also failed because of they don't have an innovation system in place. They had strategy, but they don't have innovation system. And we will come back to now what is innovation system, what is strategy. Yeah. Innovation culture. There are classic two cases of Boeing and United Airlines. Both the companies have had a lot of challenges in terms of their impact on the revenue as a margin because they lost actually a culture of customer centricity. Yeah, because of these two reasons. I will not go one by one, just giving you an impact, how it is very critical an impact from a company perspective. So what I'm offering today. Yeah, so as I said that based on my experience definitely working with multiple clients globally, I wanted to give you here some very good package in terms of how you can also drive your teams. Maybe you can start with the small teams, in fact, yeah. And then slowly you can role model to the other companies and another groups of companies, yeah. So it is a very classic examples which I'm putting in front of you. We are very much successful. We as a company very much successful in driving such innovations and capabilities. And definitely I will share how we achieved that success. Yeah? And finally, I believe that sharing the experience with all of you and you will take innovation journey more effectively with the help of the package. So what is an systematic innovation capability? So systematic innovation capability, we have three pillars or components here, as I said. First component is about innovation strategy. A simple definition, right? When we say about a strategy, it looks like a very big thing, right? But start thinking on the perspective of what is meaning by strategy. It's a very simple thing. What kind of innovation we should pursue? Now, in the beginning, in the morning, multiple sessions happened. We discussed about the types of innovations. We have process innovation, we have incremental innovation, we have disruptive innovation, we have open innovations, yeah, we have business model innovations, a lot of types of innovations. So we as an organization, first of all, need to really understand, we really need to think about it and seriously think, consciously think that which innovation we should pursue. Yeah, that's very important. Otherwise, I have seen many companies are losing their focus. Yeah, so the focus is very important, first of all. Then innovation system. What is innovation system? What capabilities do we need to execute the strategy? What system we need? Because we defined the strategy. Now we need to know how can we execute those strategy, right? Because keeping the strategy in the book never be helpful. And then the culture. So what behaviors do we need to enable our system? So innovation culture has typically a behaviors, and which behaviors we need to really enable to execute this system as well. So we have a complete innovation ecosystem here. It is called as completely a systematic innovation capability. And I will tell you why I'm calling it as a systematic. Innovation, this is the innovation capability, but the meaning of innovation capability along with the systematization is very much important, and I will walk you through why I'm saying it is a systematic. The absence of any individual component will significantly impact on the success of innovation journey and the return of investment. It is very extremely serious topic, trust me. And a lot of companies have failed if they missed anything. Now just take an example that a company has set up this pillar as a strategy. They have a system as well, but they don't have a culture. The top management is telling that, okay, I have set up the strategy. I have made all the investment done in the system as well. I have a lot of platforms to support, execute this strategy. But the team, people, employees have no culture of innovation. Everything will get failed. So that's the reason I'm saying the single component missing will have a failures. Now from here, I'll just walk you through that how, as a three components, we have made easy and possible in my organization and in my team, right? So how we have set up the innovation strategy. Now, setting up the innovation strategy, as I said, which innovation we should pursue. And in my company, we have very customer-centric approach as a mission and statement. And then we thought about that, let's focus on the customer. Then we had a lot of debate and discussion about who is our customer. So we as an IT company, we are providing a service to many companies across the globe, right? And then we started discussion about it, whether our internal team is our customer so that we can improve their efficiency. We have another option. We said that, is it our management team is my customer? That's the second option. The stakeholders, client, key stakeholders, whether these clients, key stakeholders are my customers. This is the third option. We were having another option. As an IT company, we have a customer IT team as well. So we were having fourth option, whether the client IT team is my customer. And then finally we have fifth option, client business team. Meaning, the client team who is working on their business, this is my team as a customer. So we had five options over there. We had a lot of discussions, debate about this, and then we finalized, yes, the client business team is my customer. So while deriving your strategy, we were pretty much clear that who is going to my customer. So your customer definition has to be very clear, first of all, which we defined here. And now you look at it, how we have defined a complete innovation strategy. So I can tell you a stepwise process. There are only 5 steps, and what is our outcome here? Yeah. Clearly articulate the business goals that the innovation strategy aims to support. What does it mean that? What we did, our organization, as I said that the mission was a customer-centric, but as the IT company, we all know that we are selling out only product and services. However, if the mission statement is aligning with my customer centricity, then we change the focus from product-centric to customer-centric approach. So that's the first step which we achieve. So while defining your customer, you think about it, who is your customer, number one, and then think, what is your mission statement? Because whatever you are going to do for the innovation must be aligned with your company's mission statement and vision statement. Please try to understand that. Otherwise, your top management will never support you. That's a key. So that's the one thing. Second step, align innovation objectives with all overall mission statements and the organization. That's what I mentioned just now, right? So as I said, we have a customer-centric approach, but we have included a little trick in that. We have mentioned the human-centered, customer-centric approach. I believe you are aware with the design thinking approach where we have customer centricity. However, the customer centricity along with the human centric approach is absolutely important. Yeah? So human touch to the innovation. Define measurable KPIs to access the success of innovation initiatives. If we start innovation initiatives, we have to measure the success of it. Yeah? So what we did is, we have given a target, a simple achievable targets to our employees. We have given only one customer-centric innovation to implement every 6 months. That's the only target we have given as a KPI, yeah, which is a key performance index for our employees. Management leadership support, which is extremely important in overall this journey. And what we have done here is budget availability, because any initiative will need definitely budget, and rewards for innovators, and please note this, honest failures. Yeah. Dr. Akasha in the morning they mentioned that the innovators are getting definitely appreciated and rewarded. How about the failures, the honest failures, the people those who are really putting in efforts and energies in terms of driving the innovations, if they fail, right? And Rene just now said that 90% innovations are failed. So if you are working on the innovation, failure is absolutely expected and anticipated. So you don't have to worry about it. Just focus on that. How can you reward your members, team members, employees, even they fail, because they need a motivation. Customer communication is absolutely important. So without your customer engagement in this journey, your innovation is not going to work well. Yeah. So what we did, we had a customer discussion and we explained them what is our journey is about, and we requested them their involvement and engagement as well. So if you see a definition of the our strategy is an outcome, all these 5 outcomes definitely, and you can see here this is a statement which we have prepared, and this is a strategy statement we have come up. You read this. Our innovation strategy centers on uncovering client business areas. Yeah, that is our starting point of our innovation. Please remember that. Innovation is about curiosity as well. Yeah, so our source of curiosity is the pain area of our customer, which is my business of client. Yeah. Delivering innovative solutions in alignment with 3C model. Now just remember that. Yeah? And this one is we were discussing about this. How can we qualify this idea should go, this idea should reject? So we have this 3C model, wherein we are, as a customer-centric organization, we are always thinking about, hey, whether this idea is really giving or creating a value for my customer. That's the first criteria. Second, whether it is giving and improving my revenue of my organization. That's number 1. Number 2. And number 3, after all, is it creating an opportunities for my employees? So this is our 3C model. If the idea is qualifying to this 3C model, we are going ahead with that. Very clear. So this is our strategy statement. So this is a strategy of our innovation. I believe it is clear to everyone, right? How we have derived what is our innovation strategy. We'll go through what is our innovation system which we have set it up here. Yeah. So innovation, what capabilities do we need to execute our strategy? We have seen that is a strategy which we have defined. Now we'll see what is the system which we need to execute those strategies. Yeah. So we have set up the KPIs as I mentioned that, but those KPIs now we included in the performance system of the employees. So at the end of the year, innovation is also one of the parameters for their performance appraisals. So that's an important system which we have here. Platform, which we have collaborative platforms with cross-functional teams, technical experts, client IT team, even business team, because these are our customers, business team, right? And then we have events, various events we are conducting, like Innovation Week we have. Yeah, so we are conducting various Innovation Week and we are awarding people as well. We have a wonderful workshop, we call it the House of Innovation. House of Innovation is an innovation where people are coming together, including client IT, client business, our expert team, business expert team, sitting together, understanding, uncovering the pain areas, and then formulating the ideas to solve those problems. Training is absolutely important. We are investing in the design thinking, jobs to be done, which is very good framework. You also can check about it. Metrics, we have various metrics set up. Now the pain areas which we have, which we are going to discover with the customer, we should have actually a metrics where to measure how many pain areas we have discovered, how many pain areas we have listed out here. So we call it as a pain area pipeline. So unless we have a strong pipeline, we cannot drive innovations. So that is one important thing. To measure value created for client business, our own business, and our employees' opportunities. That's our important. So we have metrics to measure that. And last, governance. And it's absolutely important part, governance is, and I have a separate slide on it. How are we governing that? How are we driving this entire piece of this innovation? Yeah. So you see here the collaboration within the team, innovation, customer, and project. So we have in fact a very good team structure, innovation team structure. Yeah, and we as IT team, we are working, as I said, that we are working closely with our end customers in terms of providing a solution, software solutions to them. Yeah, and for that, to execute those, we have a project team as well, client team as well, and now we have innovation team as well. Yeah. So here completely innovation team. Is it readable, this white colors? I think, I don't know whether it is readable or not, but yeah, okay, thank you. So this is an innovation team. So unless you have a very focused innovation team, you cannot drive this innovation, because their roles, their responsibilities has to be very, very clearly defined. Yeah? So we have a very first role as an innovation catalyst. It's a core team. The catalyst, meaning he is not taking exactly the part within the innovation, but he is trying to expedite the processes. Yeah? So accelerate the processes. Yeah, so he and that she is responsible for building capability, working with the client business users, and he or she is preparing the metrics for the business. Yeah, so this is the role of innovation catalyst. We have a next role as an innovation champion. Innovation champion role is again a very important role from a perspective of very important is about the budgets. Yeah, so because we need budget internally also to drive the team to invest the cost, as well as talking to the customer and getting the sign-off from their budget perspective as well. So absolutely important role as a innovation champion role. Budget approval, cross-functional collaboration, collaboration with catalyst and client business team, and innovation project leadership. And the last, very important, the top role is innovation evangelist. Innovation evangelist is a strategic role. It's absolutely strategic role. That person is really important in terms of defining the strategies, formulating the strategies, working together with client team, then ensuring that the system is available to execute the strategies, and also ensuring how can we foster the culture of innovation in the organization. So changing the culture is absolutely very important and very critical, right? And difficult as well. But I rather use not a changing but adopting or transforming the culture, yeah, which will be more important, because when we say change, there will be resistance, right? So these are the three very key roles which we have in the team. Now these three roles or these three people are collaboratively working with this customer team and project team. Yeah. So you see here first of all the project team. Yeah. So in the project, we have people, those who are coding, yeah, who is making up programs and coding in the system and ensuring the software is delivered, testing, etc. That's the first level. Yeah? And the second level is about the leaders, team leads, and the SDM, service delivery managers. Yeah, those who are at a leadership position. Third one is about engaging or the maybe global level delivery managers. Those are at the top of it. If you see here the customer team, we have business process leads and end users, those who are using their systems, the business team, those who are collaboratively working with our own team during the coding or testing. Yeah. Next level, we have service owners and key users. Just focus on the customer team bar now. Yeah. So we have service owners and key users. And the next one is about the service leaders. So these are the levels of customer side, that side is the project level from our side, and this is a completely an innovation team. Now this is the collaboration we have to have if you want to ensure that this innovation complete umbrella is really working well and giving you a result. And that absolutely required. It needs passion, absolutely need passion, but it needs systematic approach. And that's the reason I'm referring this innovation capability as a systematic innovation capability. Yeah? So this is absolutely critical. This piece is absolutely critical. Now you see this teams, three teams working together, and they have a meeting setup. You see at the bottom, they have twice a week meeting to check how many pain areas have created, how many pain areas are now moving. Yeah? Next level, the weekly meeting with SDMs and service owners, and here innovation champions, they are together, they are having weekly meeting to ensure that the innovation proposal, which is the idea which we are discussing with customer and ensuring that we secure their budget. That's a very important piece. So that's happening every week with innovation champion. And then with innovation evangelist, these people are connected. Service leaders, evangelists, and SDMs. And they have a lot of reports here. Reports, customer value measurement, as our strategy is value creation for customer, value creation for company, and opportunities for our employees. Evangelist is important person to keep a track of it and ensuring that that is being done. Any question on this slide? I just wanted to ensure that you understood the concept, you understood how we did it actually. Even you have any questions after this session, please feel free to connect with me. Yeah. Now, this is a very interesting and important topic. Yeah, it's an innovation culture, and again, it's my passion that I drive innovation culture in my organization and my teams. Culture of innovation is one in which the behaviors that drives innovation success comes naturally. Yeah. So you don't have to ask, hey, give me ideas. No. So innovation has to be a natural act. And we as a leader, it's our responsibility. How can we cultivate that culture in the company, in the organization, so that without asking, people should naturally come up with ideas and deriving the pain areas, giving the solutions to the customer. That's the important task of evangelist, yeah, as I discussed with you. So, in terms of cultivating this innovation, what we did some simple tricks and tips, which are very important. I'll show it here as well. And of course, you can use it in your organizations as well. So very simple tricks. We have in fact meetings. Yeah? So in the team meetings, internal meetings, whenever the meeting starts, right? What we are saying is that as we have started adopting a culture of innovation, please follow below 3 steps. Yeah? First, direct customer connect. Seek every opportunity to speak to your customer, business team. Again, please note, customer business team, not customer IT team, because our definition of customer is customer business team. Yeah? Seek every opportunity to speak to them, because unless you understand your customer, you cannot drive innovation. Be empathetic and curious. Why empathetic? Because our approach is not only customer-centric, but it is human-centered, customer-centric approach. Yeah? So be empathetic and brainstorm and collaborate. Now take these pain areas from the customer, come back to your team and have a brainstorming, generate the ideas to solve the problem. This slide, we are showing it to our internal meetings, even the leadership meetings, management meeting, at the beginning of every meeting. I call it as a visual reminders. If you keep reminding people about the innovation, they will start thinking, this is psychology. Yeah, and it's a proven technique. It is working with me and it should work with you as well. So how are we fostering culture of innovation? The next slide is again also important. Again, I will give you a very, very good inputs about it, how we are driving this culture of innovation here. Yeah? Failures. The very important first piece I have put it here as a failure. 90% failures obvious in any innovations. Yeah? People are trying that. They are very honest. They are working on the system. They are working with your client. And if they fail, are you not going to reward them? We should, right? So we are the first piece that's celebrating honest and smart failures. Second one, we have rewards specific for innovations and appreciating team members in the meeting. So in every meeting, take every small meeting an opportunity to appreciate your team. People are very scary about appreciating the team. Don't take that. If you want to build a culture or foster a culture of innovation, ensuring that a small innovation, internal innovation, if someone is trying to do, please appreciate that. That's absolutely important. So visual reminders, as I explained you in earlier slide, so we have visual reminders in every meeting. Yeah? Wall of Fame. Yeah? Wall of Fame is our very good initiatives in terms of motivating our team members. So those people, those who are really working well in terms of innovations, even their failures, we are getting together. Yes, and we have settled actually now quarterly meetings with them. And what actually we are going it, because we are working in virtual ways now, because we have a global team. Now the people, say for example, a person, my team member in Germany, and that person has done really good job in terms of innovation. But unfortunately, he failed. It didn't work, right? So we have this wall of fame even to appreciate that person
We are requesting that person to bring his family as well in that meeting. It is creating lot of energy and motivation in the team, trust me. If you start doing it, definitely it's working very well. Yeah, appreciating your team member in front of their family, it's creating really good energy in the team. So that is the one thing which we have done. Quote, we are publishing daily innovation quote. At the morning, my PMO is actually sending an innovation quote to entire 300-500 people. Yeah, which is showing that again, yes, innovation quote. Aaj to aaga innovation quote, but they are reading it. Also, they are thinking, yes, in the back of their mind, yes, innovation. Yeah. And then client-centric visuals. This is very interesting. Yes, I just wanted to share with you because this is something which I recently started experimenting. Yeah. So what we did actually, we have a meeting rooms, right? And the meeting rooms we have tables and the chairs. Yeah. So let's say, for example, we have 15 chairs in the meeting room, and we have 14 people or 13 people. One chair we are exclusively keeping vacant, and we are labeled there as a customer. Now look, objective, because we are customer-centric focused people here. Oh, okay, fine. So I will wrap up. Yeah, so sorry about that. And we always thinking about the customer because it's a customer-centric organization. So that's the reason we are giving again in the meeting as well. Remember that customer is also sitting in the room. So whatever the decisions you are making, it has to be around with the customer. So who is responsible? We all are responsible. Yeah. Unless we adopt a culture of innovation, all initiatives towards innovation will fail. And this is hard truth. And we have achieved a lot of success here. You see, very happy customer we have. And I will just run you very fast because I have taken, I think, additionally 15 minutes here. But we have very happy customer, happy employees, and happy organizations as well. Okay. With that note, one of the important, my request is again, as I'm also pursuing my PhD, we have circulated one survey to all of you. My request to you is please fill up that survey and submit it here on the desk. That will really help me as well. Thank you so much for listening to me and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Bharat Venkate, Chairman for this session, to give a closing remark.
Thank you, Shri Sunil Sawak, sir. It was really a wonderful presentation. In fact, day in and day out, he is into the innovation, and whatever the crux of innovation that he is imbibing in his organization and selling it to the other company, he has tried to cover it. Let me take you to the morning session wherein Mr. Utgikar talked about a car driving on the water. Okay, so like those fantasies or so-called innovations, since childhood we have heard that we do have aloe vera and school-going boy or girl has innovated electricity out of that aloe vera. But we never have experienced that a car or a bike is actually driven on the road with the help of aloe vera. So there are a lot of myths, there are a lot of concepts, there are a lot of confusions too. But once we dive in, then we start realizing the realities, and therefore the failure rate is very high. In 2017, myself and Dr. Sushmita Nande, we traveled to UK. In Newcastle, we visited Northumbria University. And in the university, we entered into the staff room. They had very small innovative concepts. One concept was like, in order to drop the assignment, they had the desk on the office corner or the staff room corner or something like that. So they can just bring any student at any given moment of time. They can come and they can drop the assignment. So it's not required that faculty is waiting somewhere or in the classroom the students are making crowd. I feel that that is innovation. The another innovation what we have seen there is that they have a staff room, and like Sunil just explained about the meeting room, and there are 15 chairs and say XYZ people. Likewise, in the staff room, one corner was labeled as a problem solving desk or something like that, wherein whenever they have any kind of an issue, let it be related to the admission, examination, whatever it could be, they just take some 5, 15, 20 minutes and they sit there. The moment they are sitting there and trying to have a discussion, it implicitly means, needless to explicitly say about it, that there is some issue and these people are sitting together to come out with a solution. So different ideas or different connotations are there for the innovation. For me, I guess any innovation which is leading to solve your day-to-day problem, that is most important innovation. And today's conference, I guess, is giving you that kind of an insight. Mr. Sunil Sawak, his PhD thesis, PhD topic is itself an innovation, and also his day in and day out working. What is the best takeaway for him and what is the best benefit for him is that along with his company tag, along with his company name, today he could connect almost all the leading developed countries, and he has created a network of major innovators who are in the company working on the innovation, as well as who are into the academics and they are also into the innovations. I think that is what he is doing. We as a faculty members, we as a student of innovation, I think this kind of seminar and conference should help us to at least spark an idea in our mind to come out with at least one solution to our day-to-day life problem, whether it is a family, whether it is a professional life or whatever it could be. That is a great success to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to the end of this session. I would like to express heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Sachin Chawak. Your expertise has truly elevated the quality of this conference, and we are immensely grateful for your contribution, sir. I would also like to acknowledge our gratitude to Dr. Bharat Vankate, sir, for his valuable time and presence. I extend our appreciation to all the attendees for your active participation and engagement. Now I hand over the session to Ram Deshpande, sir.
So it was a wonderful session from Chawak sir. The next session I'm going to introduce. So could you put the slide of Mr. Pune? Yes, here he comes. So his name is Wilfried Hune. He's from Germany and has worked in organizations like Federal Mogul, Rheinmetall, and also a consulting company where he is now CEO. Wilfried is a hardcore researcher or innovator, where he is, and sometimes we always categorize, he's really hardcore technical person. But I had an opportunity to interact with him, and in fact 7 years we were working together. So a lot of things to learn from Wilfried Hune. It gives me immense pleasure to have Wilfried on this innovation conference, and I'm sure all of us will really get benefited. So over to Wilfried. Please connect.
चार्जर दे त्याला पूजा
Wilfried, can you speak a bit?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear. I think we can hear him, right? Yes, Wilfred, you can be heard now. You can go to the presentation.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, your screen can be seen here and it is very legible. So please go ahead.
Sorry, my voice is not the best one because I caught a cold, so sorry for that. I'll try to do my best. So first, thank you to I have to say hello to everybody, and I have to say thank you for the invitation to do this presentation in front of you. And yes, it's hard. It's the last session today for you, and I hope I can wake up you a little bit. And I want to share my experience in being innovative and by 2 examples out of the practice of my work in the 2 companies Mr. Deshpande still mentioned. So these are 2 examples out of practice which are realized, and I hope I can motivate you a little bit to be innovative. And in the former presentation, we talked about, or we heard about more preparations and creating environment and creating teams and so on. So here are 2 examples out of the practice, and I would like to transfer my way of thinking about innovation, about handling to be innovative and so on. And I hope I'm successful to be able to transfer a little bit of this motivation from me to you. If there are still questions, you can ask them after the session, or if you want to know more, please contact Mr. Ram Deshpande, and he will collect all the questions and we will try to answer them later on. So, I want to tell you something about innovation in Viren's industry. That's the field where we work, where I worked for nearly 37 years, and so we am always responsible for innovation, process optimization, and so on. So I have scheduled 2 examples, one more on a logistic way, and another one is a technical one, which should show you what innovation, when you use innovation, how you can come forward and how you can, in minimum, be state of the art, or you can increase your position on the market. So my agenda is, first I would like to explain the innovation. The next is the innovation explained in practice by 2 examples. First is a paper-free process in an optimized Kanban system. Yeah, it's a logistic process. And the second example is innovation in a production process, means setup optimization of a stamping process. Yeah? And last but not least, I will give you a conclusion about innovation from my perspective. So first is the question, what is innovation? I think you heard the whole day something about innovation. I will try to explain it a little bit more from a perspective from people who are doing innovation, yeah, in a team, or also as a motivator for a team. So motivation is a mechanism. Yeah, that means we have an input and an output. So an input is we want to use new processes. Yeah. We also want to introduce new technologies. And we have to establish successful new ideas. This is the input. And when we see this picture of the mountain, we see we are here on a start level. That's where we are today. And then we are innovative. So first result, what we want to achieve is to renew an area or a product or a service. It's independent. What about we are talking to? Innovation can take place everywhere. What do we want to achieve with being innovative? We want to achieve a higher level. That means the minimum level we want to achieve is the level state of the art. That is what all our competitors are doing, and that we are in a competition. Yeah? If we are not achieving state of the art, we would have no chance on the market. And the third one is we will be the first one who will define a newer level. We will define state of the art. So we are market leader. We are the driver of the market because we have defined the new state of the art level. In one sentence, innovation is a mechanism to do a planned and controlled change, renewing or exchanging of an existing system by consequently executing new ideas and new technologies. What is the philosophy of being innovative? Therefore, innovation needs the willingness to request everything. Nothing is stated. Yeah? So you mean everything what you see today is not written on stone, so to say. You have to request it. Is it the right way? Is it the right thing? Can we do it more optimal? And so on. So that's what I mean. Willingness to request everything and nothing is stated. You have to focus on the aspects customer is willing to pay for. We are doing this not only for us. We want to make money with that. We want or the company has to survive with that money, and we want to earn money to feed our families. So the focus is just do things in your processes what customer is willing to pay for. Don't do things customer will not pay for. Therefore, you need to have an analytical thinking. Yeah? You have to be able to do root cause analytics, and very important, you have to focus on one problem. Don't see a big number of problems, focus on one. Pick out one problem and focus on that problem and try to understand it and make the analysis for it. Do continuous improvement. Means if you have established today a solution, yeah, a request, is it the best way or can I optimize it? So continuous improvement means to become better and better day by day, requesting what you did yesterday and to find a new solution for tomorrow. Re-engineering is a technique to do continuous improvement and to request everything. Means rethink how procedures are running, how processes are running, and so on. And that's what I understand with in re-engineering. Very important, and we just heard it in the last session, communication is very important. And in communication, you have to involve all the involved people in the processes. Means from the operator on the machine to the engineer who is designing the process. Yeah? Communication between all. You need to collect all the information, yeah, to analyze it and then to find a new way to make it better and easier and cheaper. You have to motivate the involved people. Yeah? If people are not motivated, and we heard about the environment, to create an innovative environment in the last session, the motivation of the involved people is very important. They have to open themselves, they have to deliver information, they have to deliver knowledge about problems, otherwise you will not be able to be innovative. So motivation of all the people and honoring these people, yeah, is very important. Then it's a very hard stuff to convince the stakeholders about your innovative ideas and also the team members. At the end of the day, you have to achieve a commitment of them, that they will support you, that they will spend money for, and they give you a free space to use capacities to work on these issues. At the end of the day, you have to realize a mind change. What you did yesterday, maybe not the same time we heard about. Normally bikes are designed for driving on the road, but maybe the mind change will be, how can I use a bike to drive on the water? Yeah? So this mind change is a very important issue, that people are free in their mind and they are open for changing things, which is thought for a long time, that's the right thing and we will not change anything because it's much easier for me not to change anything. So mind change, very important. And last but not least, you are the one who have to act. Yeah, don't react. You have to be the driver. You have to drive and motivate the other ones, and that's you have to act. what is my motivation to be innovative? Yeah? So I have identified a problem, for example. I see potential for optimization. I analyze the root cause and understand the actual systematic and system, and out of this analysis, I see the potential and so on. I'm also watching the overall developments which may allow to make some analogies. So means, for example, in the actual time, the additive manufacturing has a high importance, not known 20 years ago. But if I know there is additive manufacturing possible, so I have to rethink, can I use this technology for my product? Or can I use parts of them? And that's what I mean to make analogies out of the overall development. And I see, again, a necessity to act. Now I will come to the first example, the paper-free process in an optimized Kanban system. So I will compare both systems, the old conventional system and on the other side the new system. In the old system, conventional, for each for delivery of special parts, there had been done a contract for the period of 1 year. This will be still the same in the new system. To get a forecast from the customer per quarter or per month, I think it's also helpful in the new system. Order for each delivery, this is not necessary. A delivery confirmation, which normally was sent out, is also not necessary. Freight papers are necessary out of legal regulations. Shipment has to be done because we are manufacturing the parts and the customer wants to assemble them to other parts. So shipment is also, and in the old system, per each delivery invoice was done, a lot of paperwork, and now we have an invoice per month or per quarter. So we are reducing paperwork tremendously. What is necessary to install such a new system? And therefore we had to define a volume of parts per box and the number of boxes per pallet. So we use therefore parts dedicated boxes which are labeled and color coded. Here you have an example. There's a box, a blue box. Yeah, the color code is blue, and this is the labeling: customer, part number, quantity, supplier, and the box number, for example. Then we have to define a minimal shipment lot. And the shipment lot is 1 pallet. And in this pallet we have 3 layers, A4 boxes, means in total 12 boxes. Here we had the quantity of 10,000 pieces in the box, so means the minimal shipment lot is 1 pallet is equal 120,000 pieces. Then how are the parts delivered to the customer? Therefore we have a so-called milk run. That means from the customer there is a truck on the road which is collecting parts from different suppliers. And so this truck is arriving, for example, every Wednesday, and it is bringing back empty boxes or empty pallets, yeah, to the supplier company. And these 3 empty pallets are the same as a written order. That means the supplier corporation has to deliver, because they got 3 empty pallets, they have to deliver 3 full pallets, means a volume of 360,000 pieces. Yeah? They were delivered then back to the customer. Yeah? So what you can see here, and where I see paper-free process, we use pallets with a defined number of boxes, as well as the order and as well as for transportation. So they have a double function. I will put together all the things in written form. A truck is on a weekly milk run, I explained. It's delivering 3 back 3 pallets. And this is at the same time the order and the container for the parts. The same amount of filled pallets as empty pallets come back has to be delivered. So the order is not on paper, it's directly combined with the pallets, and the pallet has a function, like I explained, as well as a Kanban card. Maybe you know a Kanban card, but also we saved the Kanban card because there are still failures possible when you are using Kanban cards going lost and so on. This failure is not possible because we don't have a Kanban card. We use the pallet with the boxes as well. The conclusion for that example: we are saving cost by less administration work. We have no or less paperwork. We have no Kanban cards, so means no failure potential. We have a self-steering system, means production is more independent from customer needs because the production is steered by a min-max system in the warehouse, and the delivery out of the warehouse only in defined shipment slots, like standard, means minimum 1 pallet, maximum n pallets. No deliveries out of standard. If you will start delivering out of the standard, you will destroy the system. So that you have to be very strict and no deliveries out of standard. Last but not least, we know, or I like this expression, KISS means keep it short and simple. And I think we have minimized and simplified this systematic for delivering to the parts to the customer very much, and it is a KISS system. So you can expand this system also to your internal logistic and also to the logistic to your suppliers. So that's only the beginning of, and one example how you can optimize a logistic process between supplier and customer. In the next example, I would like to show you a technical innovation where we reduce the setup time and the effort for setup by using a new tooling system. So to describe the systems, I have shown in a sketch the two systematics. This is the old system, that's a standard tool frame with columns. In the middle, here's the material which is running through, and then if the upper part is coming down, we are doing an operation on the material. This conventional die system is fixed on the press table by 2 screws. And in the new system, we have the big change is we have placed the columns on one side, so at that side the area is free. The material is still the same, and the clamping of the tool is different. Here we have a fixed clamp, and here we have a special designed clamp, and we use only one clamping screw in another direction. So that's for a short explanation. I will compare the two systems now. For the old system, we had needed 2 people for setup, one at the front side and one on the back side, to align the tool directly to the strip and also to the material and to the press, and for doing the clamping with the 2 screws. So therefore we had, as well as I said, needed 2 people. In the new system, we need only 1 guy, which is standing in front of the machine and who can do it by his who can do the setup alone, because he only has to open the screw, has to put out this part, and then he can disassemble the complete module. At the old system, the setup time had been 5 to 6 hours. In the new system, we had been able to reduce this to 3 hours. In the old system, we don't have any repeatability. Alignment in 2 directions had been necessary. In the new system, repeatability is given by wedge-shaped stops here and here. We do not have any problems with misalignment due to the wedge-shaping ends. At the old system, clamping with 2 screws from front and back side had been necessary. In the new system, only from one side. The disassembling for disassembling. The strip has to be moved out, therefore scrap has been created and a lot of work has been created because the material is between the two symmetric columns. In the new system, the disassembling is very easy. You open this, move it out, and the strip stays where it is. So you don't have additional scrap, and it's much easier, and you can place it back very, very easily. So the conclusion, we have a cost reduction, -1%. We have an increase of efficiency, means minimum 4 hours additional production time when we assume that we have 2 setups per day by a total working time of 24 hours. We are able to produce lower lot sizes because we are faster in the setup. We have an easier disassembly, reassembly. We have less scrap. We have a repeatability. We have potential for other setup time reduction. And we have a higher effectivity and a higher efficiency. So, coming to the conclusion about innovation in total. Yes, innovation needs financial investment, but it delivers cost reduction and higher quality. So these are selling points we have to consider. Low cost and high quality lead to competitiveness and market leadership. That's what customers are expecting from us. High quality and competitive prices. And if we are the best one, because we are innovative enough, we could be market leader. Innovation is necessary for survival. If we are not innovative, we will lose our business and we will die in a very short time. Innovation is the driver for our success in the future. So we have to be innovative. We have to think, to rethink everything and to re-question everything and to find a better solution. That's innovation. Therefore, we have to think lateral. We have to be open for new developments. We have to request everything. We have to be highly motivated, and we have to communicate to and with others, and we have to convince others, and we have to act. So, be the driver for the mind change. That is, a guy who has to be, or he wants to be innovative, he should be the driver for changing the mind. If this works, and if this is your motivation and your mindset, then you are on the way to be innovative. If you are not innovative, you keep in the standard box and you are captured here. You will not come out, and as I said, you will lose market share, and maybe you also will die, and you will not survive on the market. But coming out of the box and thinking out of the box and being innovative, you will be able to jump up the stairway to high level. Yeah? And that's what you need to be successful, to make money, to survive on the market, and to be the best one, and to define the new level of state of the art. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you, Wilfred, for a very informative and wonderful presentation. Are there any questions? Wilfred, actually, as you said, I will also circulate request for the questions if there are any, and we can have a separate discussion on that because at the moment I think we can take one question, but already we are delayed in terms of time. So anyone wants to have a quick question here? Okay, what we had from Wilfred here, the real definition of innovation, I think it was wonderful to hear from you, and it was beyond benchmark. I mean, we always say you go to a next level, but the next level we also need to see where the competitor is. So that's sometimes you need to do leapfrogging also. In any case, optimization is the key, because you don't get the right thing at the initial moment. You need to keep on optimizing as what we do in PDCA or design thinking. So that's the key. Another important aspect here is we should not hesitate from using new technology. For example, the additive manufacturing or 3D printing. This was not known to us. Suppose if I am driving this innovation team, then team needs to have that exposure to all the kind of technologies which are available today, and we should not hesitate to use it. Then the HR angle, the motivation of the whole team is extremely necessary, because without that, finally people are driving. What separates us from AI is we can innovate, and perhaps AI, it will take long time for AI to innovate. And as I can see from your presentations, at a later stage, attention to details becomes extremely important, because we would always say that we can think about brainstorming and ideas, don't criticize, fine. But once we collect all and once we are funneling it down, we have to go deeper into one or two ideas, and attention to detail is extremely important. At the same time, you have to kiss philosophy, which I think is wonderful. Keep it simple and short, because otherwise whole thing can really create a problem. And about the last sentence or last concept about the lean management, what I saw is something, the setup time always had a problem in the past. But now with the new lean concepts, it is possible that on one setup we are manufacturing a A-type car, and immediately the next car can be a B-type. So this has been proved with the TPS ways, that is Toyota manufacturing practices or lean management. So this was possible only because of the out-of-box thinking concepts. So I think I just would summarize the way out-of-box thinking is the key here, and we don't have to say no initially. So Wilfred, thank you so much for your presentation, and you were really talking to us directly, and the technology could connect us, and it is wonderful that we are able to communicate and enjoy our company, because I had the privilege of working with Wilfred for 7 years. We were in the same organization, and so many things I could learn from him. So Wilfred, thank you so much, and again on behalf of Garware College, I'm thankful to you, and I hand over the session to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening, and regards from Germany, and I wish the conference a big success and a very good day tomorrow.
Danke schön. I said danke.
Danke. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As we have come to an end of day 1 of international conference, I would like to express my vote of thanks to Mr. Wilfred for his contribution and for joining us and giving your valuable time to us. Thank you so much, sir, once again. I would also like to thank Mr. Ram Deshpande, sir, for chairing the session. I would also like to thank all the participants for being here today, all the faculty members and non-teaching staff.